This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's Assembly plenary meeting. Members are reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence on behalf of Assembly Member Moema and Assembly Member Polanski.
Before we move on to the agenda for the meeting, I wanted to take a moment to talk about former Assembly member Nikki Gavron, who died at the weekend. Nikki was a Deputy Mayor of London twice and a member of the London Assembly for 21 years. She was a fantastic colleague who was well known, loved and respected by many of us around this table, and her knowledge of planning was unparalleled. We are grateful for her huge contribution to London over her many years of public service, and we send our condolences to Nikki's family and friends. And I wondered if it's a good time to invite Len Duval to put a few words to us.
People talk about giants amongst their colleagues and contributions they make. Nikki Gavron was certainly a giant in terms of some of the work that she did in the early years on this London Assembly. Those who are about to embark on the London plan deliberations will know that it was shaped in the format and the style, the first spatial development plan ever delivered, I think, in the country in the way that it was envisaged there in terms of the post-devolution agenda was down to Nikki. Nikki and the officers, we're nothing without officers, but the contribution, but she clearly influenced that debate. But Nikki was more than that. So, as a community activist, campaigning against roadways in her area in terms of the archway and some of those issues, need to pay respect. But her work amongst the arts and culture was almost shaped and I think also had a great influence on the early years of this administration. But that work in planning is one that can't be downside and neglected. Now, Nikki as a person, as we've all come into contact, was a fantastic character. I learned a lot of Nikki, and I hope she learned a lot of me, because I think we learn, even those in other parties, not just from our colleagues in our own political groups, we learn from each other through interactions and sometimes spiky debates around on the key issues that we face London. But the important thing about her is, you wouldn't say she was a great listener when she was trying to make a point, because she was quite forceful in making that point. But for someone like me as being leader or in the past the deputy leader of the group, you just had to watch Nikki. You had to watch it, because I don't think she actually understood the concept of no, or not at this time. And in some ways, not that she become an irritant, but you respected about that she wanted to get, and she had an agenda, and she wanted to see that agenda. And it wasn't a benign agenda. It wasn't a hostility to personalities or issues. She just wanted to get her stuff done. And also, a relationship with the party, and I had a different relationship with Nikki because I was chair of the London Regional Labour Party, as well as being a member of the Labour group, was, let's say, she didn't quite understand party discipline sometimes. And in some ways, that was quite refreshing. But she was never one that would be malicious about it, as I've said before. I'm very proud to have known Nikki, and I'm very proud to be associated with her work, but also learning from her. She was a great character. She had a great sense of humour. And towards the end of her time on the Assembly, it became a bit more difficult for her. But she always pulled her weight. And she was always there intellectually around making the cases that she was passionate on. If there's one thing we can do in the next London plan, I hope the Mayor is listening, because if we could get this together, is get that real, go further around children's child space issues that she made her own. Because in our developments that we do lots of great things, and she did. She had this, her notebook of contacts of the great and good in the planning world, including the developers, was second to none. She could pick up the phone and talk to them. I think some of the negotiations might have got lost. While she was talking one thing, they were doing another thing in terms of their developments around those issues. If we could do one thing as a legacy for Nikki, it's just enshrine that and make that a little bit more critical about creating those spaces for our young people in these new developments of London. We need to look closely at that. So, proud to know Nikki. I think she is a giant amongst us. We should pay our respects. She had a great family. You would have interactions with her. All four of her children, she had time for and would share her stories about her. So she had a life outside politics that she lived for, to be honest, and was active about. A great colleague, a great friend to everyone, and someone we could all learn from.
Thank you. Caroline Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I met Nikki many times before I was elected to the Assembly as a campaigner. I was campaigning to reduce road danger, make our streets more people-friendly, and Nikki was just amazing. She always made you feel as if your ideas were relevant and interesting, but she was really kind and generous with her time. So she helped you to understand which levers needed to be pulled in order to get the change that you were trying to campaign for. And that, through that process of enabling Londoners to engage with the political processes that affect all Londoners' lives, she really made a massive, massive difference to our city. The cross-party working, Len described the lack of party discipline, but it has been really notable, the cross-party outpouring of love for Nikki since her death was announced at the weekend. And I think one of the things that I remember most was during the process, after I'd been elected here, during the process of the London Plan review, the most recent one, Nikki was cajoling and encouraging Assembly members cross-party to engage with the process. We all, even new Assembly members like me, ended up, giving evidence at as the process went through, and she also made sure that communities' voices were heard, and that, I think, made the London Plan so much richer than it would have been if it had just been politicians engaging with it. And I think that was in no small part down to Nikki's absolute determination and just her way of doing politics in our city. Now, I've spoken to a few former Green Assembly members. Darren Johnson and Jenny Jones worked with Nikki very closely for many years. Darren Johnson described her as a force for good in London politics, and Jenny Jones described Nikki as a calm, persistent environmental advocate who thought big. And she also reminded me that Nikki initiated the C40, the London Climate Change Agency, and she described Nikki as dreaming of a UK-wide low-emission zone. Nikki was inspirational in the way that she thought about how our city could be changed for the better. And finally, I just want to quote from Sian Berry, my former colleague on the Assembly, who said, "I had so much love for Nikki and respect for her when we worked together in the Assembly. She knew more than anyone about planning and was always so kind to everyone. And she was a titan of the Highgate community action too." She talked about setting up really quite radical childcare and youth work projects in the 1970s. Nikki was doing this stuff for years. And Sian also said she loved her inclusive, generous, collaborative work on the London plan. So I think following on from what Assemblymember Duval just said earlier, I think as we move towards the review of the next London plan, I think as an Assembly, we should follow Nikki's example. We should aim to get as many community voices into that London plan as we possibly can. And let's try and do Nikki proud as we go through that process. Thank you.
Assemblymember Bakari.
Thank you. It's not often that you hear words of love when you're talking about politicians, and that's definitely what's coming across when people are talking about Nikki. I sadly never got to know Nikki myself, but I know that Caroline Pigeon worked with her very closely. So I had a chat with Caroline, and Caroline is obviously incredibly upset about this, but her expressions of love are there as well. She said, Nikki was a force of nature, passionate about planning and architecture. She drove the Assembly's work on the London plan, including the public inquiry, was passionate about housing and became a huge champion for modular housing, a strong supporter of female politicians, and the only member who touched my baby bump when I was pregnant. A huge loss to London, and I think everyone will echo that. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garrett, please.
Thank you. I mean, unfortunately, as one of the newer members of the Assembly, I did not have the pleasure, as it clearly comes across from others, of working with Nikki or knowing her. But it's very clear from those who did the impact that she had, and the way in which she was a huge part of this institution, which is still not very old, but you know, in its earlier days, in setting its direction, in setting its tone, and in particular, people have referenced the impact on planning. And I think what is important about planning, at least as much as all of the other things that we do, is that the impact of that is not just on the institution here and those of us who sit in this building and talk about things in this chamber, but it affects the lives of Londoners across the city. And I think that, if there is a legacy of Nikki, it's that important point that the work that we do here, it isn't just about the work that we do here, it's about the impact that it has, the conversations we have, the challenges that we make, the policy changes that we make, particularly on the built environment, that the lives that Londoners live across our city are then impacted by that. And I think that's certainly something I think that, you know, that I take very strongly when people speak so positively about people such as Nikki in particular, who've had that impact not just on this institution, but across our city. And a reminder that for that brief part of our lives when we are privileged to be part of this institution, that we really are part of something that can have a big impact on people's lives and touch people right across the city, not just here. And she will certainly be missed. I know the feedback from my group is that those who worked with her will be missing her very dearly.
Thank you. I don't know if the Mayor would like to say anything at this point. I know you've already issued a tribute to her.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just join colleagues in their very generous comments about Nikki? It's just so incredibly sad. I'm not going to repeat the comments colleagues have made, except to say that Nikki did serve our great city and her local communities over decades as a councillor, as a member of this Assembly, and as a deputy mayor, of course. She was a genuine thought leader in environment and in planning, as has been said. She advised successive mayors, as you'll know, Andrew, and pushed for some of the policies we now take for granted in London and across the globe. In fact, she had an integral role in setting up C40, which now consists of 96 cities representing more than 900 million people. And I went with her to COP15 in Paris almost a decade ago. And London simply wouldn't be the city it is today but for her. I admired her dedication to the causes she was so passionate about, her expertise, as has been said, and her attention to detail, often missed by others. But above all else, I valued her friendship. She really was a lovely, lovely, lovely person. And I think that's the most important thing I hope comes across from those who have spoken about her. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of us when I say we have in our thoughts her family, particularly Sarah and Jess, the wider family at this difficult time.
Thank you. In finishing this, I'd just like to say, you know, I alternated with Nikki for a while on planning and a regen as chair, and it was a bit of a struggle sometimes, where we had to come up with things that we disagreed on in order to keep our parties happy. But the biggest tribute, I think, to Nikki, and I think Assembly Member Duval alluded to it earlier, is her passion for accessible play space in new developments. And I think the biggest tribute would to refer to that clause in the London Plan as Nikki's rule, because it means it will mean a huge change for the conditions of young people growing up in our city. But with that, we, as Nikki would know, you know, we now need to move on the agenda. Thank you very much, everyone. In the period leading up to the August break, the Assembly Budget and Performance Committee met to assess the Mayor's 2023-24 budget. The Fire Committee wrote to the London Fire Brigade on its readiness to tackle outdoor summer fires. The Economy, Culture and Skills Committee began a two-part investigation into London's nighttime economy. Members of the Housing Committee spoke with community land trusts, housing cooperatives and experts in the field to learn about the best practice in the delivery of community housing. The Elections Review Working Group met for the first time to look into the delivery of the 2024 Mayor of London and London Assembly elections. The Environment Committee visited the Organically Community Growers Project as part of its investigation into community food growing in London. The Police and Crime Committee responded to the publication of the Police Efficiency, Effectiveness and Legitimacy Assessment of the Metropolitan Police, and we published our 2023 annual report detailing how we have championed issues that matter to London. And just this week, the Confirmation Hearings Committees met to consider the appointment of Suki Kalarai to the office of the Chair of the London Legacy Development Corporation. The Transport Committee met to begin its investigation into the accessibility and inclusion in transport planning. Cyber security was under scrutiny at the GLA Oversight Committee, and the Economy, Culture and Skills Committee held its second meeting on the nighttime economy committee. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2, and can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda of today's meeting? Always a pause. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 18th of July 2024 to be signed by me as a correct record? We now move on to our question and answer session with Transport for London. Joining us in the chamber we have Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London and Chair of Transport for London, and Andy Lord, the Commissioner for Transport for London. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to both of our guests. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions. And guests, we'd appreciate succinct answers so we can get through as many of the questions as we can. I will take an answer from the Mayor and I will then come to the Commissioner. The question being, how is Transport for London delivering for London? And what are its priorities and challenges for the new mayoral term? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I begin by acknowledging the ongoing cybersecurity incident being experienced by Transport for London? As you'll appreciate, the Commissioner and I are in regular contact about this, and to reassure Londoners, there is no evidence that customers' data has been compromised, and there is currently no impact on TfL services. TfL are working closely with the National Cybersecurity Centre and the National Crime Agency, and the Commissioner will be able to say a bit more shortly. More broadly, I'm delighted to be continuing our work to deliver a fairer, greener and more affordable and safer transport network for a third term as Mayor. A fair transport network that works for all Londoners is one that is affordable and accessible. That's why I introduced the Hopper fare and a frozen TfL fares until at least 2025. Since 2016, we've made 66 tube stations step-free and are working to make half the tube network step-free by 2030, including progressing work at Colindale and Leighton stations this year. Over the last 8 years, London has become a world leader in tackling the climate crisis with the lowest CO2 emissions per passenger kilometres amongst global cities, including New York and Paris. In August, London ranked second behind Hong Kong in the World Heart Federation's City Heartbeat Index for our efforts to tackle heart disease, thanks to initiatives such as the ULEZ, improved cycling infrastructure and banning junk food adverts. The ULEZ is working even better than expected, with pollutant emissions lower than projected compared to a scenario without the zone, and London's air quality improving at a faster rate than the rest of England average. London now has more than 1,600 zero-emission buses, more than any other city in Western Europe, cleaning up the capital's air and helping us move towards net zero carbon by 2030. I want TfL to accelerate the delivery of a fully zero-emission bus fleet from 2034 to 2030, saving an estimated 5.5 million tonnes of carbon. We plan to double the number of electric vehicle charging points in London to 40,000, deliver 40,000 new public bike parking spaces and procure renewable energy to power the London Underground. I want us to build on the success of the Superloop by expanding even more bus services in Outer London and developing Superloop 2. We're also focusing on improving further safety on the transport network. TfL now has over 77,000 CCTV cameras across the network, with CCTV being installed on the refurbished Central Line trains and the new Piccadilly Line trains. And I'm providing record investment to tackle violence against women and girls and delivering free legal advice and support for victims. The direct vision standard, which we introduced, has halved fatalities, including HGVs, and we've quadrupled London's cycle network from 90 kilometres in 2016 to 390 kilometres in June 2024, and we're continuing to invest in school streets, safer crossings and addressing dangerous junctions. These are bold ambitions and challenges lie ahead. London still needs sustainable long-term government capital funding for projects that are critical to the city and the wider UK supply chain, and we'll continue our constructive conversations with the new government on this. I'll ask the Commissioner to speak further about TfL's priorities and the challenges in delivering them in the coming years, and we look forward to answering your questions this morning.
I'll now be calling on leads from each group. I beg your pardon. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Had a small cyber attack there.
Yeah. Good morning. This is obviously my first appearance at the Assembly following both the mayoral and Assembly election earlier this year, and I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to all members on their election or re-election to the Assembly. The Assembly plays a vital role in scrutinising and contributing to our work to ensure a safe, secure and reliable transport network. I very much look forward to working with you all over the coming 4-year term. If I may, Chair, I would also just like to take a moment to reflect on behalf of all TfL colleagues our condolences and best wishes to the family, friends and loved ones of Nikki Gavron. Whilst I didn't have the pleasure of knowing Nikki, there are many colleagues past and present in TfL who did, who were all extremely upset by her sad passing, and we would like to extend our condolences to her family. Before going to my response more widely, I'd just like to follow up on the Mayor's comments regarding the ongoing and significant cyber attack that is still in play at TfL. We are still assessing what is a dynamic situation to build a full picture of the situation and what has happened. The security of our systems and our data is absolutely critical and very important to us, and we do an awful lot to ensure it is protected. There is absolutely no evidence at the moment to suggest that any customer data has been compromised. We are working extremely closely with both the National Crime Agency and the National Cyber Security Centre, along with other partners, to respond to this incident. And there is currently no impact to our public transport services. And I would like to put on record my thanks and gratitude to the many colleagues in TfL and our partner organisations who are helping us to respond to this situation. As you'll understand, because it's a live situation, there is very little more that I can say in public at the moment, but rest assured we will keep the Assembly informed on any further developments. To respond to your question on the priorities in this mayoral term, I want to start by also reflecting on the fact that there is now a new government in place following the general election in July. And I was absolutely delighted that Secretary of State for Transport Louise Haigh had the opportunity so soon after taking up her role to meet with our Chief Operating Officer Claire Mann and to see firsthand the transformational impact of the Superloop, as well as our progress towards decarbonising our bus network and talk about the rollout of zero-emission buses. I've personally also spoken with the new Minister for Local Transport, Simon Lightwood, who will have responsibility for TfL, and also the new Rail Minister, Lord Peter Hendy, and I look forward to working with them both as the success of public transport is critical not only for London, but for the wider UK economy. As we know, investment in London's public transport is not only key to support growth in the capital, it also has a significant direct positive economic impact on the rest of the UK through our wider supply chain, with over 100,000 jobs supported outside London and the South East. I look forward to our discussions with the new government as we continue to make the positive case for investment for TfL, which is a key priority for the years ahead to ensure we have the long-term, secure capital funding that we need. In the year since our last Transport Plenary meeting, I'm incredibly proud of what TfL has achieved for London. We have delivered an operating surplus for the first time in our history and can continue to make improvements to our city's transport network, all against the backdrop of constrained finances. We launched the Superloop in July last year, and 1 year on, I'm pleased to say it is making a real difference to improving public transport in outer London. The latest data shows increasing demand on Superloop Express services, with the average growth on all Superloop routes higher than the average network. And I'm delighted that we are continuing to see the recovery of ridership across TfL services. This summer, TfL welcomed visitors from around the world as music and sporting events across the city have seen a boost in journeys on our network. This year, we also celebrated the Elizabeth Line's second birthday. The transformational addition to the capital's public transport system has clocked more than 350 million customer journeys since it opened 2 years ago, seeing on average 700,000 customers every weekday, and with a record day of 790,000 passengers. I'm incredibly proud of the service the Elizabeth Line provides for London and the wider South East, and the impact it has had in driving growth along the route. I'm also pleased that we've reached agreement with the Department for Transport and Alstom to procure 10 additional trains for the Elizabeth Line, which will support additional demand ahead of HS2 opening. This summer, we launched 10 new cycleways across London, expanding the cycleway network across the capital to make cycling more accessible to all Londoners. The Santander Cycle e-bikes have broken records this year, with more than 1 million hires made since they were introduced in 2022. TfL is continuing to improve the Santander cycle scheme by more than tripling the number of bikes available to hire, and the e-bike fleet is on track to reach 2,000 bikes by the end of the summer. TfL is also making up to £50 million of funding available for boroughs to improve road safety on borough roads, and £30 million of funding to improve bus journey times and increase ridership. This funding is in addition to the £80.4 million of local implementation plan funding allocated to London's boroughs in 24 and 25, which will help boroughs to continue their vital work making the capital roads safer and more attractive for people using public transport, walking and cycling. I'm fully committed to continuing to put safety at the heart of everything we do and improving safety on our network and achieving our Vision Zero ambition to eliminate deaths and serious injuries from our transport network by 2041. This year, TfL will also further accelerate progress towards our goal of eliminating work-related violence and aggression towards everyone working for TfL. In August, we launched a new campaign to tackle violence and aggression against staff on the transport network. I want to send a strong message to offenders that violence and aggression towards TfL staff or our customers is not tolerated, and both physical and verbal abuse is a criminal offence with consequences. TfL takes work-related violence and aggression extremely seriously, and this new campaign is one element of our work to ensure our staff and customers are safe, feel safe, and are supported. As I said, I'm incredibly proud of everything TfL has delivered for Londoners, and in the year ahead, working with the government and London's boroughs, I'm dedicated to creating healthy, connected communities, and we strive to ensure those living in, working in, and visiting our great capital can move around the city safely, inclusively, sustainably, and I very much look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now move forward to the questions from leads on each part of each party. The parties are allocated a proportional amount, an amount of time to ask questions proportional to their size. And we're going to start off this session with Ellie Baker, please, if you could put your question.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr Mayor. My first question is to you, Mr Mayor. So I'm sure you join me in welcoming the progress on Tuesday of the Rail Public Ownership Bill that passed its stages in the Commons, which is a significant step towards public ownership of our passenger services on rail. But this does there's a question mark about what exactly it means for London, as I'm sure you're aware. So your manifesto, your mayoral manifesto for the election, said you would work with the new Labour government on exploring greater devolution of rail services and what lines could be better run by TfL. Could you outline to us what your aim is regarding rail devolution and what discussions you have had with government?
Thanks for your question. You'll be aware that there are some services we run which previously were run through the centre, the London Overground being the best example. There are other services that we run that could quite easily be run through the centre, the Elizabeth line being a good example, because it goes from Reading, outside London, to Sheffield, outside London. I think TfL has shown by how those services are run the difference we can make when we run a service, because we're nearer to the community who use the services. And so when you look at London Overground after TfL took it over versus before, massive increase in passenger satisfaction, massive increase and improvement in service being provided. And that's important because just like the Elizabeth line, having good transport unlocks housing, unlocks economic regeneration, helps with decarbonising the economy. So we're quite keen to take over some commuter lines coming into London because we think we can improve them. That's the main reason. And those are the conversations we would have with the government. The challenge is the bill that's now left the Commons that goes to the Lords allows for franchises that come towards the end of their contract to then be taken over. And obviously there are different timelines when different contracts come to an end. So the conversations that the Commissioner would have with the DfT is as and when lines are coming towards the end, is it possible for us to take them over?
Thank you. That's really helpful. And Commissioner, just following up on that, I mean, I would expect as a transport person, you'd be quite keen to get your hands on some of these lines and see what TfL could do with them. So, given your experience, and also given the fact that in London at the moment there is effectively two-tier. You've got people who rely on TfL and get a certain level of service, and people who rely on national rail services and get, frankly, I believe, worse service. So what do you think TfL could do to spend the money that is currently given to private train operators better? And what service improvements or what improvements do you think Londoners might be able to expect if TfL are able to do that?
Thanks for the question. And obviously from TfL perspective, we'd be very keen to take over responsibility for more services. As the Mayor's alluded to, London Overground has been a huge success. It has driven growth across London. It's improved service and safety on the rail lines that were previously part of the national rail network. And of course, with the investment, it's improved the facilities and the customer service that passengers and communities are receiving. And at the same time, we've increased frequency, which has driven capacity and therefore enabled the growth across a large geography of the city. Clearly, that's a baseline model that we think could apply to other parts of services into London. I think we have to recognise that the base from which we start now is different from when perhaps it was when the Overground was first created. But nonetheless, we think there is significant benefits for TfL taking responsibility for more services within London because we've demonstrated what can be achieved. There are a number of ways that can be done, and it's more depending on which rail line it is, the complexity and the funding required differs quite significantly. But we will be making the case with DfT and colleagues as to how we can ensure that there are the right considerations made, and hopefully the TfL can take over some of those additional services and expand the overground proposition.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and I'm sure we'll all discuss this further as things move on. I'd like to move to a different subject, and I'd like to address this question actually to both Mayor and Commissioner. And this is about the certificate of good conduct requirement for private hire drivers. In July 2024, Transport for London introduced requirements that mean, as part of a package of regulatory changes, but this specific requirement means that private hire drivers, if they spend 3 months abroad, they must get a certificate of good conduct, effectively saying that nothing has been done while they're abroad. But this is 3 months is quite onerous to many private hire drivers who may have family abroad and may actually be quite normal part of their life to spend periods abroad. So I did actually raise this issue that had been raised with me back in the 18th of June. I wrote to the Deputy Mayor asking to pause these requirements while the evidence could be looked at, because it's not being applied the same in different areas of the country where there are significant private hire. So wanted to find out what the basis for this was. I haven't actually received a reply. So to the Mayor, I wonder whether you could assure me that I will get a reply, a substantive reply on these matters, and also to both of you whether, while this is looked at, bearing in mind that this is now in place, that it could be paused until TfL looks again at the evidence to support this policy.
I'm not completely familiar with the requirement, Assembly Member, so let me please take it away. I will certainly make sure that we get a response to you, and I'll ask the team to consider your request around us considering suspending the process. But I don't have the detail to hand, so if you'll bear with me, and I'll make sure we give you a written response.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Mayor?
Just to apologise on Seb's behalf for the lack of response. I suspect the general election may be one of the explanations, but I'm not sure. Let me take that away.
Thanks. Yeah, a speedy response would be much appreciated, but thank you, and I do appreciate that it's come from nowhere. Okay.
Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. My first question is to the Mayor, and this is about passenger experience and well-being. Now, as a frequent user of the Northern Line, I'm sure you're aware of the closures of Clapham South Station, which has been repeated and extended over the last year. It's inconvenient, it's adding pressure and overcrowding to other stations like Clapham Common and Balham stations. What are you going to do to address these closures, and when can residents expect to see the station remaining reliably open for the long term?
Well, I know the stations very well for the reasons you allude to. I mean, Clapham South, Clapham Common, in particular, Clapham North less so, are incredibly busy, popular stations. I mean, sometimes the stations are closed because just the sheer numbers of commuters down on the platforms means that for their safety, the gates are closed to make sure they can leave before new passengers are let in. A lot of the reasons for that is because of the increased residential development there. More and more of those homes that used to be family homes have now got people living there who work in the city, and so there's more people using public transport. And it's for the safety of those commuters that the gates are often closed. There's a second issue which the Commissioner is addressing, which is sometimes, I'm not sure if it's Clapham South, but some stations are closed because of lack of staff. That's been addressed by the Commissioner, moving around staff to make sure there's the right number of staff at stations. So that shouldn't be an issue in relation to Clapham South and Clapham Common. More so just the sheer numbers of people using those stations. I think some go to Clapham Common because of the different zone, so you pay less. But it is an issue that I know commuters experience on a regular basis because of just the popularity of that station.
Commissioner, do we see any chance of an improvement?
Yeah, so firstly, my apologies to customers and the community who've been impacted by the closures. The Mayor's already touched on some of the overcrowding challenges, which obviously, a number of stations we have plans to ensure for people's safety that we close the stations. The other element, as the Mayor's alluded to, is around staffing. We are just concluding the new rosters for our supervisory grades across the tube network, which will enable a more efficient and more effective staffing of stations. The supervisory grades are the most critical grades in terms of keeping stations open, and that has been one of the reasons why Clapham South and a small number of other stations have had slightly higher number of closures, whilst we allocate the staff and train appropriately as part of this restructuring, which will be concluded very shortly. So I expect the situation to improve significantly over the coming weeks.
I'm sure the residents will be pleased to hear that. Now, on overcrowding, Commissioner, I just want to mention an incident that happened in South Kensington Underground Station, where a number of constituents raised the issue of overcrowding, where eastbound passengers were funneling onto eastbound Piccadilly line as the Circle line. There was no Circle line service that day on the Sunday afternoon. District line had apparently been suspended. There were huge crowds at the steps waiting to get onto the Piccadilly line. And apparently from the reports that I got, there were no staff who were able to manage those crowds, even after people were calling from the station to get some support. Now, can you outline what the protocols are in place to prevent overcrowding, and will you look into this specific incident? I can give you the more details, obviously, by email.
If you could, I'll absolutely look into it. I mean, in terms of South Kensington is our 13th busiest station on the network. It's our busiest station without step-free access. It's extremely congested with both the Piccadilly and the subsurface railways, because also it's serving the museum district and the two significant hospitals in the area. In fact, I visited the station myself and met with the community just 2 weeks ago. We are very pleased that we now have the planning approval to redevelop the station. We now need to achieve the funding requirements for that, because the station needs significant capacity improvements. In terms of the station, it's always staffed. It actually regularly has more staff than the minimum required, because it's such a busy station. But as you know, it's a very constrained environment. I don't know the specifics. We have clearly had a number of issues with service on the district line.
Something definitely went wrong that day.
Down to Richmond, because of Network Rail infrastructure issues, which we are dealing with. But allow me to take the look at the details specifically, and I'll come back to you on that.
I appreciate that. And obviously, both the Commissioner and Mayor, I'm sure you're aware of the terrible reports from Baroness Tanny Gray-Thompson about having to crawl off an LNER train arriving at London King's Cross Station. I know this isn't part of the TfL remit, but it's something that I know that many of our disabled Londoners, some from Inclusion London who are here today, are incredibly worried about. One of the areas that I actually do want to follow up on is from Caroline Pigeon's previous questions on the Old Oak Common Station. £1 billion brand new station was set up to be level access throughout. We would be grateful to know if you've agreed to take this up with the government to make sure that there are some improvements in this area. What have the discussions been, particularly if there has been any positive movement? We'd like to hear more.
So firstly, the situation that Baroness Gray-Thompson experienced was absolutely horrendous, and we have a real focus on accessibility with our step-free program, our Turn Up and Go program in TfL. We need to be better at it and ensure it's more consistent, and obviously we're very excited about the potential opportunity of increasing the number of step-free stations on the tube network. With regard to the HS2 station and what will be the new Great Western Station at Old Oak Common, I'm in direct dialogue with the Department for Transport. It's been raised, I've raised it personally with both the Permanent Secretary and the former Rail Minister, Hugh Merriman, in the previous government, around the current design does not have level access for the Great Western Station between Elizabeth Line and the platforms. The good news is that is now being actively looked at in terms of how the design can be changed to ensure that there is level access for Elizabeth Line trains at Old Oak Common, but that is not finalised yet. But we are steadfast in our drive to ensure that we do not open a station that does not have level access for customers when the new station opens. It would be an absolute failing on everybody's part. So we're pushing extremely hard for that, and we will ensure that the new government are very aware of this critical issue.
Commissioner, I'm sure that the Inclusion London and other members who are listening right now will also want to hear about your work on lift failures as well. Bermondsey Tube Station has had a lift that's been out of order for about 9 months now. Hopefully, we're getting promises that this will be fixed. Can you explain why there are so many issues with lift repairs? What kind of work are you doing to make sure there is a faster response to the disruption that this is causing and the problems for accessibility?
So 2 or 3 key things. Firstly, we had to make some difficult decisions around capital funding because of the pandemic and the situation we had there. It's meant that a number of lift overhauls had to be deferred, and therefore that's had reliability consequences. And our overhaul programme is not as far as advanced as it originally was intended to be. So we're now looking at how we can prioritise that. Clearly, that's a key element of the capital funding ask that we've got with the government going forward. Secondly, I'm pushing the teams hard on how we respond to failures when they occur. Firstly, to make sure as soon as there is a failure that we make sure we have the most up-to-date and accurate information for customers so that they have a decision and a choice to make around their travel patterns rather than arriving at a station discovering that they're unable to access the surface. And then secondly, ensure that we have a better response, that when we do have a failure, we get lifts back into service much more quickly. So they're the 2 priorities that we're focusing on, along with spare parts availability and critical spares.
Thank you. I'm running short of time, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. My questions this morning are focused entirely on Vision Zero. So, Commissioner, the TfL Vision Zero Action Plan was first published in 2018 and is being refreshed. Now, I know both the Mayor and TfL take the issue of Vision Zero very seriously, but the interim target for 2022 was missed, and we are off trajectory overall for Vision Zero. So this refresh is really important, and it's going to be setting new interim targets as we go forward. But Commissioner, can you tell me, when will the refresh of the Vision Zero Action Plan be published, and what is the process for Assembly members to engage with the refresh?
So thank you, Assembly Member Russell. I mean, Vision Zero and safety is absolutely our first priority, and we need to do more. We should never be complacent around safety on our transport network. That's why I've asked for the refresh to happen. We need to be looking at what are the areas specifically that we need to be targeting harder on. And I will ask the team how we ensure that Assembly members have the opportunity to engage in that and give us your specific thoughts. I don't have a date specifically to hand, but we will make sure that you have the opportunity to engage and contribute prior to it being published, and I'll come back to you with the specific date, but I hope it will be very soon. We are also changing the governance following approval at the TfL board in July, where we are now, with the opportunity of the TfL board having some new members, to create a new dedicated safety and security panel that will ensure that we have greater visibility and accountability and scrutiny by the TfL board as well on Vision Zero and wider safety and security matters.
That sounds absolutely excellent. I look forward to watching even more TfL board meetings. So, Commissioner, a second question for you. Since the last Vision Zero Action Plan, the Assembly has passed several motions that relate to Vision Zero. For example, my motion calling for crossings at every junction that has signals for motor traffic and no signals to help people to cross the road. Now, there's about 200 of these hostile junctions in London, and this Assembly called for them to be fixed by 2030. Now, I've been looking at an example in Croydon, and later today I'm submitting a petition on that junction, and it's something that people care about massively. The campaigners are actually in the audience up there today. They'll give you a wave, I suspect. Commissioner, you mentioned the vital role of Assembly scrutiny, and you've just made the commitment to check how we're going to be involved with this refreshed Vision Zero action plan. But will you make sure that the motions and scrutiny that the Assembly has done since 2018 is, for example, this motion on pedestrian crossings, is incorporated in the refresh?
Very happy to take the action away and see where we are on those. I wasn't aware of that specific one. Interestingly, I was a very similar crossing myself in Catford just a few days ago, where I was thinking this is far from ideal. So let me take that away. Obviously, we need to prioritise our funding around the safer junctions work that we're doing. It is not a simple process just to amend traffic signal phasing and put crossings in, but clearly it's our desire to do that. So let me take the action, and we'll come back to you on the various motions that have been passed and see where we are in progress.
That's excellent, because I think the those, you know, I mean, I think every one of us in this chamber will have an example of a crossing like that, where you just think, you know, you just don't exist as a pedestrian in terms of the priorities of movement in that space, and it's really basic stuff, but it does need to have proper attention and a kind of sense of progress of making those improvements. I want to now talk about speed reduction, and this is coming to you, Mr. Mayor. Evidence shows speed reduction will reduce the likelihood of serious death or injury, and you clearly believe this. You've had TfL deliver an extra 140 kilometres of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits on Transport for London roads. Now, there are 21 boroughs that have 20 mph speed limits borough-wide, making a difference in terms of reducing road danger. There are 12 boroughs left without 20 mph speed limits. So how are you making sure that the remaining 12 boroughs bring in 20 mph limits to support your Vision Zero goals?
Thanks, Caroline. First, just to remind colleagues that one of the reasons why we're keen to have more roads that are 20 miles per hour versus 30 miles per hour is because if you're hit by a car at 30 miles per hour, you're 5 times more likely to be killed or seriously injured than 20 miles per hour. I think we've got to respect, though, the boroughs in central London may be different to boroughs in outer London. And so these are conversations that TfL has with borough leaders, the respective teams in the boroughs. And that conversation leads to a discussion about what's sensible, what's realistic, and so forth. And TfL's got the data, which they work with the boroughs on. And the good news is there is a subcommittee of London councils who regularly meet with TfL. And in fact, I've said to London councils they should have a member of their team at the TfL board. And there's now a council leader who comes to TfL board meetings and the subcommittees as well. So we're speaking to the councils, but recognising it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. But you'll know my views in relation to the importance of road safety.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a bit more work to be done there, and I hope that the issue of 20 mph on the borough roads makes it into the Vision Zero action plan refresh. Commissioner, as well as speed reduction measures like 20 miles an hour speed limits to reduce road danger, cutting overall levels of traffic would help that process too. Will actions to reduce traffic volumes to reach Vision Zero be reflected in London's refreshed Vision Zero action plan?
So our priority is around making sure we improve the public transport proposition so that people have a choice as to whether or not they use their car or, in our case, preferably use public transport, walking or cycling. That is why we're focusing so much on outer London future bus provision, why we're keen, for example, around expanding London Overground. So that will be the way that we will hopefully reduce traffic on London's roads by making sure that people feel they have a viable public transport or active travel alternative.
Indeed. I mean, prioritising those buses is what's going to help TfL meet the 80% of journeys being made by walking, cycling and public transport. We've seen good reductions in traffic in central London from long-term policy, starting with things like the congestion charge. But London needs this reduced traffic to meet the goals, not just on pollution and climate, but also on Vision Zero. Mr. Mayor, do you agree that you need to reduce traffic across London in this term to reach Vision Zero?
The point about reducing traffic is we know if you're in buses take up slightly more road space than cars, but 80 times as many passengers. So that's one of the reasons why your point about buses is so important. You'll also be aware that the introduction of the ULEZ didn't just lead to fewer non-compliant vehicles, it led to fewer vehicles because people had the alternatives they were using in relation to the improved public transport we provided. So look, we're a city that's continuing to grow. That's because people want to be here. We can't have 9.7 million Londoners driving around in cars for obvious reasons. And so we do need to encourage more people to make the transition from a car where possible to public transport, walking or cycling. But it goes back to a point I made before. I think we've got to recognise that outer London, particularly some boroughs, are very different to some of the best served boroughs in the world in central London in terms of public transport, safe cycling and safe walking. So we've got to work with the boroughs and the communities to make sure there are alternatives.
Indeed, and hopefully that inner outer London piece will be also reflected in the Vision Zero action plan. Now, Commissioner, I'm going to move towards hit and run. So beyond the policies for speed and traffic reduction, Vision Zero is also about enforcement. Now, I published a report back in January this year on hit and run, and found that in 2021 there were nearly 2.5 times as many hit-and-run casualties on London's roads as there were in 2009. Now, I recommended that TfL introduce a hit-and-run action plan and set a target to reduce hit-and-run collisions as part of the Vision Zero strategy refresh. So I've not yet had a formal response to the report, but I do acknowledge there's been a couple of elections in between. But do you know if a hit-and-run action plan is being considered for the Vision Zero strategy refresh? And if not, will you take that away?
I will certainly take it away. I mean,
thank you. Don't worry, that's great.
We need all drivers to comply with the road legislation, so we're working closely with the MPS on that.
Excellent, thank you. And Commissioner, I now want to move to private hire driver safety. Private hire drivers often work far longer than they're paid for, driving around, waiting for a fare and risking fatigue, which we know is a risk for Vision Zero. New York has tried to address this by requiring data from firms like Uber for driver hours and wages that are paid, and the wages that they're paid as a condition of licensing. Now, Uber's renewing its operating license this month. Do you plan to insist on journey and driver data being shared with TfL as a condition of licensing?
I'm sure you'll understand it wouldn't be appropriate for me to discuss a current ongoing licence application process, but we will certainly make sure we consider all aspects, and of course we have to make sure everything complies with the legislation and regulation.
Okay, thank you. Now, I also note that TfL is on course to reach an all-time record high in private hire vehicles, with the licence fleet expanded by a further 13,000 net new vehicles since January 2023. This potentially worsens the risk of fatigue, with more and more vehicles and drivers working longer hours, chasing the same amount of work. Commissioner, do you think the rapid expansion of private hire vehicle licence capacity needs to be addressed in the Vision Zero refresh?
Well, I think overall we need to look at the wider taxi and private hire vehicle community, make sure that it's providing the needs for London in addition to public transport. We work very closely with the associations and unions representing both communities and, of course, the operators, so we will always take account of that as part of our processes.
Thank you. And finally, Mr Mayor, in London, fewer than 1 in 3 bike trips are made by women. Too many women don't cycle because they're scared to do so. The London Cycling Campaign submitted a petition to you in March addressing the physical and social safety for women cycling on both the local road networks and cycle corridors into central London. Had about 5,000 signatures. Can you tell me, and the London Cycling Campaign, when they can expect to receive a response and whether you'll be taking on board their asks?
Yeah, this has been one of the focuses of Will Norman over the last few years, to try and encourage more and more Londoners to cycle. You've mentioned women. Also, we know, unfortunately, which is counterintuitive, poorer Londoners, Black, Asian, minority Londoners cycle less than they really should.
Yep.
And so, Will is focusing on what we can do to address them. You mentioned the London Cycling Campaign's petition. We're also working with groups across London who can give training to less confident cyclists to cycle, and there's funding specifically targeted towards groups that support women to be trained as well. So I'll make sure. We'll be responding to the petition in due course, but I'll make sure you're copied in on that.
Thank you very much. That's it from me, Chair. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor, Commissioner. First of all, I'd like to ask on behalf of my Upminster and Cranham residents, is there any truth to the fact that the bus route 347 is to be scrapped?
Not that I'm aware of, Assembly Member Prince, but I'm not aware of us scrapping any bus routes, but let me take that away and come back to you in writing.
Okay, I know in the past, Mr Mayor, you have stepped in because this is a very important bus route for elderly people who don't have an alternative, and it is the furthest east service that we do, actually. So I'd appreciate that from the Commissioner. Moving on, can I ask you, Mr Mayor, do you consider the levels of delays on the Central Line to be acceptable?
No. And the Commissioner briefed me last week on the progress made in relation to the Central Line Improvement Programme. Just to remind colleagues, because of a failure of the previous government to give the capital support TfL needs, it wasn't possible for us to procure the new trains, signalling and control room improvements we needed on the Central Line. So TfL, because they're so innovative and they've got a can-do attitude, began a programme of refurbishing those trains to the tune of £500 million, a lot less than the billions it costs to get the new trains, signalling and control rooms. And so TfL are refurbishing those trains. There have been some problems with some of the trains and the refurbishments, which the Commissioner can speak to, which led to a level of service, particularly early this year, that simply wasn't good enough. And both the Commissioner and I have apologised for the poor service. We're now bringing back these trains into use, resolving the issues around the wheels and the brakes. And so we're hoping, of course, the next few weeks and months, you'll see a service that your constituents deserve on the Central Line that they've not received in the recent past.
Okay, thank you. Before you come in, Commissioner, happy you to come in. I know one of the issues was with the refurbished motors because of the delays. My resident, Maurice Hickey, who some of the people here may know, would also be very interested to know when the loop between Epping Epping and Hainault loop, when that is going to get a more regular service, because the loop was created because of the refurbishment and the lack of rolling stock, but it does seem to be very, very inconsistent and some very large gaps.
Yeah, thank you, and I'd like to reiterate the apologies I made previously to users of the Central Line for the service that they've experienced over the particularly the early part of the year. As you know, we put a revised timetable in place in the late winter, early spring, which has delivered a more consistent service so people can plan effectively. I am hopeful that we'll be able to increase the timetable service before the end of the year. We are working hard on both the wheels and the motors, which will give us more fleet availability, enable us to improve the frequency of service. The loop timetable reductions you referred to was brought in as part of the fact that we've got 5 trains out of service for the Central Line Improvement Programme. That won't come back as an increased service until we've got a significant number of those Central Line Improvement Programme trains back into service. The good news is the second train will be entering service shortly, and then during next year we will be increasing the production rate significantly, so that we'll be getting, I think it's one train out every 30 days or so, on what is obviously a very large fleet. So it will take us a couple of years to do the whole fleet. That will then give us time and the opportunity to look at how we improve the timetable service for the branches on the line. But it's been very frustrating for users and customers, I know, and I apologise for that. But I'm looking forward to an improved timetable before the end of the year, and then more refurbished trains coming into service during 2025 will significantly improve the service for Central Line customers.
If you could just look at that loop, because when there's a train missing there, it's just a disaster.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. My question is to the Commissioner. Commissioner, as you're aware, I've been campaigning along with others for average speed cameras on the A10 in Enfield between the North Circular Road and the M25. We were partly successful when we succeeded in getting them installed on the northern section 4 years ago. However, it always seemed an anomaly that the whole section of roadway was not covered by average speed cameras. I wrote to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor in January of this year following the tragic death of Laura Sona Demetrius, who was killed by a vehicle driving dangerously whilst walking her dogs. The response I received stated that the A10 is a priority corridor for enforcement activity and that TfL are looking to increase resources against speeding offences as part of the Mayor's Vision Zero action plan, including expanding London's safety camera network. My question is, what are the plans and timescales for us to see a real step change in this? And I'd be grateful if you could say in your answer what work you're doing and will do regarding the southern section of the A10 in Enfield. And I should also say that action has been requested by myself, local councillors of both parties, Enfield Council themselves, the police, and most importantly, my local residents who are fed up with the danger and antisocial behaviour caused by speeding and dangerous driving.
Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, and also we've had some dialogue outside as well, and I'd like to express my condolences to Laura's family for her tragic loss. Speed enforcement is a key priority for us across London's road network. There is a limit, obviously, as to how many cameras we have from a funding perspective, but we're working very closely with the Met Police and in this case with Enfield Council, and it's my understanding there's a meeting planned in the next few weeks to specifically discuss what further actions we can take around the southern section. There are 6 enforcement cameras on the southern section, minute 3 traffic lights and 3 fixed for speeding. But obviously the average speed camera system on the northbound has made a difference. I think it's reduced the number of incidents by at least a half. So there is evidence that this is an effective action to take. So I've asked my team to look at what we can do to potentially prioritise this, see if we can find the funding to do it. And I say there's a meeting scheduled in the coming weeks between ourselves, the Met Police and council officers.
Thank you. I think I'm being invited to that meeting. And I think what you've said, it's actually very cost effective, because at the moment we know the MPS Roads Command is deployed quite regularly there, and that must be very costly in terms of their resources too. Can I also thank you for offering that Laura's sister Gina can come and meet senior officers in your team who are dealing with safety at the A10 so that she can voice her concerns and also present the petition that she's gathered calling for safety features. And I do hope we have a resolution to this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. We bumped into each other at the station, so you're aware of my first question. I'm asking a question really on behalf of all those with sight difficulties, but on this occasion for a Harrow resident who is using underground frequently and unfortunately has been subjected to an awful lot of hate abuse, he's been hit, etc. Now, when he was at Bond Street and had an issue, he went to a help point because he has a dog and blind dogs know how to get to those, which I think is incredible. But unfortunately, at Baker Street, we know there are 3 levels there, it's difficult, but he tells me there are no help points after the ticket line at Baker Street. And that's when he was hit on the head because he was causing obstruction on the escalators because the dog was next to him. And he had no way of getting to a help point because there isn't one. Now, he says he's had a meeting with somebody from TfL who said that there are no proposals to put a help point in. Now, as I asked you a couple of hours ago, can you give me the wonderful news that you will make sure that help points are put in Baker Street?
So thank you, Assemblymember Hall, for giving me the heads up on this issue. So I have made some inquiries. You are quite right, there are no help points on platforms in Baker Street because of the complexity of the infrastructure there. I've asked that we look at what is the engineering solution and the funding required to do that, because I strongly believe we should have help points on all platforms across our network. I wasn't aware that we didn't have them there, so that's my apologies for that. So I've taken that action away. Of course, firstly, any hate crime or any crime against anybody is absolutely unacceptable.
Absolutely.
And I would quite like, if you're able to share the details, we'll make sure that this is followed up with the police, the British Transport Police, in your constituents' incident. Of course, we do offer the turn up and go service. Obviously, some people want to be self-sufficient on their own. Baker Street is a well-staffed station, so again, I would always say that if your constituent wants assistance, he can receive that from station staff. I happily support and escort him around the station if he needs that, but I appreciate some people don't always want that. But in the meantime, I've taken the action away to look at what can be done from a feasibility perspective to get information points put in.
I'm very grateful for that, and he will be. He is very self-sufficient. The dog knows how to find these help points, but only when they're there. So I know it may be expensive, but I genuinely don't believe that we look after people with disabilities enough, not only in transport, but we just don't. And while we're talking about transport, I honestly think that floating bus stops are an absolute disgrace for those with sight loss. They really are, and I would absolutely plead with you to look at that again, because if cyclists drove at 1 mile an hour, it wouldn't be such a problem. They don't. They fly through those floating bus stops, and they're dangerous. So thank you for that, Commissioner. I'm glad I bumped into you at the station. Mr. Mayor, I didn't bump into you at the station because you'd come by car. But so now I want to talk to you about one of my favourite subjects, which are the black cabs. So in 2011 to 12, there were 23,099 black cabs in London. Today, according to July TfL data, there are only 14,629 left on the capital streets. Now, that's a 37% decline, and these iconic London taxis. And that's in, little more than a decade. So what has gone wrong under your mayoralty that we should have so few black cabs now?
Well, thanks for your generosity as ever.
No problem. Any time, Mr. Mayor.
Can I give us a look? The trend in the reduction of black taxis began some time ago for reasons you're well aware of, because they've been rehearsed here in the chamber. Under a previous administration, a decision was taken to have a completely deregulated private hire sector, which led to massive proliferation of private hire vehicles. In fact, Caroline Russell just a few moments ago talked about the massive increase in private hire vehicles. And that's one of the reasons there's been a challenge to the black cab trade. We've done a number of things to support the black cab trade over the last 8 years, from increasing the number of bus lanes. The black taxis can go into, I think, 95% of our bus lanes now can be used by a black taxi, versus nobody else can use them that's a vehicle of that size. We've introduced more support in relation to cab ranks. We've also employed marshals to take action against those people who are behaving wrongly and implying trade away from black taxis. We've given financial support to those drivers who want to move to a cleaner vehicle, and TfL meets regularly with those that represent the black cab community. I'm afraid the bad news is across the country you're seeing a reduction in number of black taxis. London's not being excluded. We're going to carry on supporting this industry because I think you're right, they are iconic. and there's something we want to see carry on in London.
Yeah, you may have done all those things, but the evidence shows it's not working. So a new black cab vehicle costs around about 100k when the cabbie's getting finance, which is an incredible investment, as you'll agree. Is any consideration being given to changing TfL's conditions of fitness to encourage more manufacturers to enter London's taxi market? Because, as you know, there is only one person that actually produces them, and at some point I believe he's making a loss. He will stop doing that, and then we'll have no black cabs.
Well, the member will be aware of something called market forces, and if you're a company,
yes, well aware,
and if you're a company whose job is to make black taxis, and there's only one place in the world you can sell them, that's a very small and finite market. So you can appreciate why other companies may not want to get into the business of making black taxis, but I'll allow the Commissioner to explain the reasons why the rules exist in relation to black taxis from the steering wheel rules and in relation to other rules as well. We do financially support, we have in the past, those making the transition to a cleaner black taxis, but you're right. There are a small number of places across the country that make these taxis. West Midlands is the one place that does. We're doing what we can to support this industry. But I'm afraid it's one of the downsides, of market forces.
Okay, can I ask you to put that in writing to me, Commissioner, only because I'm running out of time here, and there's just one other point I want to bring. For many disabled Londoners, black cabs offer an absolute vital boost for them to be able to get around because they're wheelchair enabled. So do you believe, Mr. Mayor, that LTN should allow black cabs as a matter of course to go into LTNs? Do you shouldn't think that they should be allowed to go into them regardless? Because if you're disabled, you live within an LTN, you can't get a black cab to take you back. That's wrong.
Well, as a member should be aware, LTNs are under the responsibility of councils who know their communities, their roads much better than officials in City Hall or TfL. But if there are particular LTNs in particular boroughs that she's concerned about, I'd suggest that the council is contacted to see if there can be, exemptions made to those residents who may need to use a black cab to get to and from home.
Okay, sorry, I just thought you had some influence being the mayor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, my questions are to you. Following on from the off-peak Fridays trial, how else will TfL be working to encourage Londoners into the city on Fridays and increasing footfall in the nighttime economy?
Thanks for your question. So, as you'll be aware, we trial for 3 months the issue of supporting commuters on a Friday to pay the off-peak fare, no matter what time they travel on the Fridays, which basically meant that the sort of morning peak and the evening peak, you'd pay the same fare as you'd pay during the course of the day. TfL are analysing the data, not just using TfL data, but also data from businesses, business improvement districts and others, to see what difference are made in relation to footfall. We're going to carry on doing what we can to get more people into London on a Friday, those in outer London, those from outside London as well. There have been changes, though, in people's habits post-pandemic. So, for example, there are more things to do now in outer London and inner London than there were in the past compared to things happening just in central London. So we've got to be live towards that. We are lobbying the government in relation to changes around business rates, which has caused a big challenge for these businesses, concerns in relation to rents they pay as well. So we're working across City Hall, but also across government to try and invigorate Friday return. The bad news is nowhere in the world has any global city seen a return to Friday as it was pre-pandemic. One of the things we've done, though, is we've looked at what happened on Fridays before the pandemic, and what people don't realise is actually before the pandemic, on Fridays you won't get as many people into the centre as you do on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and most people don't realise that, but it's still the case that Friday post-pandemic is less than Friday pre-pandemic. We want to try and resolve that as much as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You spoke earlier about Superloop, which has been a highly effective initiative. The figures speak for themselves. Can you tell us about the plans to expand the service beyond Superloop 2 to connect particularly with more hubs of economic activity such as tube stations and the night tube?
Yeah, thanks for your question and your observation about the success of the Superloop. So what the Superloop is about, the vision is if you remember, going back even 10 years, the way transport in our city has been done over decades has been those who live in outer London tended to travel into central London where the jobs, the work is. We know, though, from our own personal experience that that's not how people live their lives. They want to go from where they live to a transport hub to get better connections, or to a hospital, or to town centres, and so forth. And that's what the Superloop is about, connecting different town centres and communities in outer London. So TfL are now speaking to engaging stakeholders across the city to see where there's a demand for an express bus service, which is what the Superloop is about. And over the course of the next few months, TfL will be coming back with the responses to these conversations, because obviously we don't want to impose a bus that will have no demand. And so we hope to launch more services like the Superloop over the course of the next 3 years.
Thank you. And just personally, the Superloop in my area enabled my daughter to look beyond her local sixth form school and apply somewhere else as well. So she wanted me to thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, how do you and TfL assess the demand for nighttime travel in London, and what, if any, are the future options being considered to meet the demand?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So you'll remember when I first became mayor in 2016, the advice I was given was the night tube is too hard. The previous guy tried and failed. And we brought in the night tube. First the Victoria Line, and now 5 of our lines provide a night service on a Friday night and a Saturday night. The night bus service is still there, incredibly popular. TfL continues to look at where there's demand and an appetite for more night services. TfL will obviously follow where there's demand. At the moment, even on the 5 lines we have, they're incredibly successful. We're looking at what we can do in relation to more tube lines, maybe. In relation to question, the answer is not yet. Can we look at other days besides Friday and Saturday? And those sorts of things. TfL always reviews its services. It's a very nimble and dexterous organisation. And so, we're going to see where there's opportunities to increase and improve nighttime public transport. I'll make this point in relation to the rest of the country that are working with us in relation to learning lessons from London. Manchester recently launched the night bus for the first time, which is really important. So we're providing our expertise to other cities across the country as well.
Good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. I want to quickly talk about fare evasion. I'm going to start with Commissioner and come to you secondly, Mayor. Estimates around fare evasion, to the cost of TfL around £150 million. Is that a figure you recognise, or do you think it needs to be revised up or down?
It's in the ballpark, a number I recognise, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, is it the case that the police are no longer supporting TfL in enforcing fare evasion?
I'm not sure that's the case. It's the way it works is, the figure I've got, by the way, is £130 million, but it's still too high.
Yeah.
So TfL employs enforcement officers, around 500. And what happens is those officers take action against people evading the fare. Sometimes there's a need for the enforcement officers to get police assistance, because obviously the powers of enforcement officers are limited. And when they do call upon the police respond in relation to requests made by enforcement officers to the police. Separately, by the way, there are police officers who use public transport and they can themselves take action against people evading the fare. But it's not the case that the police won't respond to requests from enforcement officers to come and assist them.
Do you recognise this idea that the police are not supporting TfL enforcement officers?
Absolutely not. So we do joint operations with the British Transport Police on the rail network, who support our revenue officers. And as the Mayor said, the Met Police will support us as and when requested on the surface transport network. So we work very closely with both of them. And so we do joint operations with the British Transport Police on the rail network.
You had an incident recently on the network around a ticket. I won't go into the details, but the upshot was that the police reported themselves to the inspectorate to have a look at their conduct there, and it came back that the Met weren't supporting TfL officers. So you're saying that is incorrect. They are now supporting TfL officers.
So following the incident in Croydon, obviously there was an investigation, which you referred to. The Met Police are not doing active operations with us for fare evasion, but they will absolutely support us if we call for their assistance. So it's not they are not doing anything to support fare evasion, but they're not doing planned operations on the bus network for fare evasion. We're doing that with our own transport support enforcement officers, and we will call on the police if we need support.
So in a scenario where someone had evaded a fare and refused to produce a ticket or couldn't produce a ticket, you can still call on the police to attend that situation?
If we need to, I would hope that our officers are highly trained. I would hope that they would not need to call the police, because they have the powers to ask anybody who doesn't show their ticket or their permit to travel to show it to them. If the situation escalated to a point where officers felt there was a risk of violence or disorder or criminal activity, then they would absolutely call on whichever police force is required to come and support.
So when a person buys a ticket on TfL network, is part of the arrangement they have to show that ticket? Because, of course, in this incident, the woman refused to show the ticket, and that's where the problem arose.
Under the bylaws, if they are using our network and they are asked by a TfL official or a police officer to show their ticket, they are required to show their ticket or their permit for travel.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, Mayor, finally. Do you anticipate the police actively helping, returning to the situation where they're doing active operations around fare evasion? Because, of course, 130, 150 million, that's a big target. We should be trying to reduce that.
Look, these are operational matters for the Commissioner, but I fully appreciate that there may be times when their priorities ebb and flow. So I foresee a situation where other priorities mean they can now spend more time doing this proactive stuff, but, other colleagues and I have discussed priorities for the police and stuff. There's always demands on police time. They will respond to requests made by our enforcement officers, but I can fully understand why pressures mean there are other priorities when it comes to proactive steps they're taking.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Chair, if I may just add, I think it's really important that we manage fare evasion ourselves as an organisation. The number of cases we need to call on the police is very low, and we are taking positive action to reduce fare evasion, and the data that's not yet public for this year shows that it's reducing year on year, and that will become public shortly.
Yeah, I agree, because I travel to Elizabeth Line almost every day, and I've seen the greater prevalence of them. But I do think there is it does send a message to your persistent fare evader that the police are willing and ready to get involved. I think it sends a strong message. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in your opening remarks, you quite rightly talked about the need for a safer transport network. However, recent figures from the British Transport Police Authority show an increase in the number of recorded violent crimes against women and girls on the transport network in the last year. How is TfL working with the police and the government and other partners to keep London's public transport system safe?
Thanks for your question and your continued interest in this matter. Look, we want to make sure London's safe wherever you are, in the public realm, in a private space, in public transport, on the roads, in communities, in homes, and so forth. So public transport, compared to other parts of our society, is very safe, but it could be safer. So what TfL does is they employ their own staff to make sure commuters are safe. We've got the resource of British Transport Police, roughly speaking, across the country, 3,000 plus officers, many of them in London. And we've got the Met Police Service, who we can call upon as well. You mentioned the increase in reports. We encourage increased reporting. We've not seen a significant increase in incidents. So what we're hoping is the under-reporting is now being rectified by people being confident to report. You use the Tube or DLR or Elizabeth Line, you'll see posters encouraging you to report things. Staff are trained now. I was speaking to a bus driver this week who was telling me that by the end of this year, every single bus driver will be retrained on issues around diversity, inclusion, which is relevant to hate crime and so forth. We're also setting up a transport hate crime task force to address particular issues against women, girls, and minority communities when it comes to hate crime, to make sure they feel safe as well. We're also working closely with the police in these issues, because often somebody who will commit a crime on public transport is probably breaking the law elsewhere as well. So we work closely with MPS and BTP and Regional Intelligence as well.
Thank you for those reassuring measures. Commissioner, if I can come to you now. So reporting is rightly encouraged, and I applaud the measures you're taking to promote, to raise awareness about the need to report. And so reporting is rightly encouraged and increasing, and this helps us to see what and where the issues are. But how have you used this data to bring in changes and measures to tackle crime rather than just increase reporting? What more can be done?
So thank you for the question. We take all hate crime and threats and abuse and violence against women and girls as well extremely seriously. We have a zero tolerance approach to it. As the Mayor has already said, we haven't seen an actual increase in incidents. We do believe people are now more confident in reporting. The fact that they are reporting these incidents is good. The fact that the incidents are happening is bad, clearly. We're doing a lot around using the data to target where these incidents are happening, so working with the police, particularly the British Transport Police, on how we increase visibility of their officers, how we increase and deploy our own transport security enforcement officers, making sure that our staff are actively looking for issues and are visible for people to report things. Of course, the other significant improvement that's going to happen is rolling out the 4G and 5G across the whole of the underground, below-ground rail network, which means people will have the direct, immediate ability to text the British Transport Police, for example, on 61016 to report issues there and then. We also have the active bystander campaign, which is really important for anybody using the network. If they believe that anybody is being harassed or abused, they can very simply take some action that doesn't put anybody else at risk, but causes an individual who might be causing offence to think differently about it. And of course, I'd encourage them to report that as well. And as, again, the Mayor has said, we're improving and rolling out new training across the network for our staff, because we want the Roundel to be a safe place of haven for people as well.
Again, I welcome all these measures. So my final question again is to you, Commissioner. You talked about BTP, British Transport Police. So they received some £86.7 million from the TfL budget. How does this help in the fight against crime, and very specifically in the context of violence against women and girls, sexual harassment on our transport network? I think it's important that the public do know that TfL gives us considerable sort of amount of resources in terms of helping BTP.
Yeah, so we spend a significant amount of money on our policing operations with both the Met Police, City of London Police and the British Transport Police, as well as our own security enforcement officers. It's a critical issue for us. The BTP, of course, are responsible for all forms of policing and criminal activity across the rail network across the country. We have a very strong relationship with them, both at an operational level. Their force command for London and the South East is co-located with our London Underground Control Centre, so we have an immediate, direct line and a relationship with them to deal with any incidents on the network. They also have their own visible policing strategy. They have their own strategy that we input in and help and ask for support on specific criminal activity on the rail network. And that's what those funds go into. And of course, it funds officers, support officers, community officers, and other services that they provide for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. I'd like to direct my questions to the Mayor, please, which is that residents and businesses in West London have a lot more river crossings and no tolls, whereas residents now to the east of Tower Bridge have much fewer crossings and now face tolls on the majority of their crossings. Could the Mayor outline some plans he has to address this unfairness?
Thank you for your questions. One of the really good ideas the previous Mayor had was in around 2011-12, which is to increase river crossings in the east of London. And the challenge he had was how to pay for these river crossings in the east of London, which, you're right, historically they've not been there. If you stand on Tower Bridge, for example, and look west, there are 18 crossings you can see. If you look east, I think there are 2. And so what the previous mayor wanted to do was to get an additional river crossing, and the solution to pay for it was future users who use the crossing pay for the cost of building the crossing. And when I became mayor, I thought actually it's a good idea. So we've improved the original plans, but they're essentially similar in relation to having a tunnel going from one side of the river to the other in that part of London. The user charge will pay for the cost over the next few years of the tunnel being built, maintaining the tunnel as well going forward. We've now got lanes reserved for buses both ways. We hope 21 buses will start when the tunnel opens, and will increase bus usage as more people use them. But what he also recognised, the previous mayor, was what you don't want is people then using other crossings and overcrowding them even more because they may be free, the nearest tunnel being Blackwall Tunnel. So again, his idea, which I support, is to bring a charge for both the Silvertown Tunnel and the Blackwall Tunnel to discourage displacement. And the evidence from the work he did and we've carried forward from independent experts is there shouldn't be increased usage for either Tower Bridge or the Rotherhithe because it's just too far away from those tunnels that you pay user charge for. What we want is for that part of London to have more crossings, so we're now looking into whether we can have a DLR extension at Gallions Reach to Thameside and other forms of public transport across that part of London. But you're spot on. You know, over the past few centuries, the use has been neglected. We want them to be given the support they need.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. Now, looking to the toll rate itself, the proposed toll rate that is just being put out to consultation is significantly higher than the toll rate at Dartford, and there's a lot less exemptions for impacted residents around the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels than residents in Dartford and Thurrock enjoy. And you touched upon in your previous answer, but do you share my concern that we're going to see more congestion on roads, particularly in Bexley, with motorists or business looking to head out to cheaper alternatives such as the Rotherhithe Tunnel or even the Dartford crossing where the toll is much reduced?
Yeah, thanks for your question, and I completely understand the concerns your residents, businesses and individuals may well have. With your permission, I'll allow the Commissioner to come in shortly. But the consultation that we've done has been to try and get a system that supports local residents that you're talking about. And in fact, the consultation mentioned far more boroughs than was originally envisaged when this scheme was involved in relation to discount for residents and so forth. So no decision has been made in relation to the support, the exemptions given to residents, businesses and so forth. And what TIFL will do is will be considering those responses. But TIFL have looked into the consequences of a user charge at Silver Tunnel and Blackwall Tunnel versus displacement elsewhere, including Rotherhithe and Dartford Tunnel.
So as the Mayor said, consultation actually concluded this week. We're now starting the process of reviewing that. We're looking at, with the Mayor's support, a green and fair package, so also how we can provide opportunities for other people to cross using the rail network with some form of discount where appropriate. But we need to make sure that the tolling and charges are appropriate, that we don't inadvertently create other issues elsewhere, and we'll be considering all of that as part of the consultation process, and the charges will finally be approved by the TfL board at some point, probably later this year.
Thank you for those answers. Would you consider aligning the toll rates at Blackwall and Silvertown with the rates at Dartford?
Well, that'll all be part of the consultation process, but I think we have to recognise the Dartford crossing is a very different nature of crossing. It's for a motorway out further east, but we'll obviously consider what the current Dartford charges are in comparison to ours. We need to make sure we get it right for the communities that we serve.
Thank you. And finally from me, again, focusing on displacement and reducing displacement, can you rule out introducing a toll at Rotherhithe if displacement does move that way?
There are no plans for any introduction of tolling at Rotherhithe. We have to do some significant refurbishment upgrade works for Rotherhithe if we can get the funding for that. So we will need to consider how we pay for that, but we've got no plans to introduce any toll or charge for Rotherhithe.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. My question is to the Commissioner. The Mayor at the recent election made a very welcome pledge to expand the step-free access programme to cover half of the underground network by 2030. The question is, how do you decide what stations are going to be included in that programme?
Thank you for the question, and yeah, personally, as we all are at TfL, very excited by the prospective opportunity to make half of the tube stations step-free. We obviously have a very wide number of, more than half of the TfL network is fully accessible. And as the Mayor's already said, we've made significant progress over the last few years, and we've got a number of stations which are going to roll out actually over the coming months. The Bakerloo Line station at Paddington will be fully step-free in a matter of weeks. Work ongoing at Colindale and Knightsbridge as well. We undertook a consultation in 2022 where we went out to communities and stakeholder groups to ask for their views on what are the key things that would help determine what stations need step-free access. It was predominantly driven by interchange with transport network, co-location with hospitals, co-location to major event sites, and that sort of thing. So that has helped inform the stakeholders' views. We then have looked at where we have significant gaps on our network. So, for example, the southern branch of the Northern Line, there's no step-free stations between London Bridge and Morden. That is a huge distance that we're actively looking at. Where else do we have those sorts of gaps, and then what are the engineering challenges of making some of those stations step-free? Because clearly the older stations and the deep tube, particularly in central London, are a lot more complex and a lot more difficult to even get the space, even if we had the funds. So we then rank all the stations by ease of delivery, benefit of accessibility, and the potential cost of doing it, and that then helps inform our programme of work. You'll have seen that we've recently announced a number of stations that we're now in active design phase, and another number of stations that we're in feasibility phase. So, yeah, we will be over the next few years actively increasing the number of stations.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer, and I'm delighted that work to make Northolt and Northampton stations in my constituency to make them step-free are progressing. Can you tell residents in that part of my constituency, Northolt or Northampton, when they can expect those stations to be fully accessible?
So Northolt, obviously, we had intended to complete earlier in this decade, but it was paused because of the pandemic. The design has been completed now. Works will start, I believe, early next year. And we'll write to you to confirm exactly when we expect to open, but I suspect it'll be about 12 to 15 months to undertake those works, with Northampton following behind that, but I'll confirm that in writing to you.
Really appreciate that. And on that point, I also obviously welcome the recent announcement for Eastcote, Northwood, Turnham Green stations to progress to become step-free too. Can you commit to work, as you've already talked about, to work with local assembly members and Londoners who have the lived experience of those who will benefit from step-free access to ensure design and delivery are as effective as possible?
Absolutely, and that's the way we do this, both with assembly members but also local councils and boroughs as well, and of course key stakeholder groups. I mentioned earlier I was at South Kensington 2 to 3 weeks ago. That is a real priority station for us, but it's a hugely expensive scheme. And we have to look, there are 5 government departments that are providing capital for accessibility issues in and around South Kensington Station, but nothing's been provided to help us make the station accessible. So working with the boroughs, working with government departments, working with third parties and commercial opportunities, and of course working very closely with the Mayor around how we can find ways to make this happen, but of course make sure the design meets the needs of the community that are going to be using the stations.
And finally, very quickly, just on that point actually, locally I had to campaign to receive funding from the government's Access for All fund to make Hanwell Rail Station, which the Mayor has joined me at, to make that step-free when actually previously it wasn't going to be. However, the government has not kept up to pace with what we've done through TfL, through this Mayor, on this particular commitment. We've been waiting since 2022 to hear from the government to confirm the next wave of stations that will get step-free funding. So just very quickly, what are your expectations regarding timing and content on government announcements to get step-free investments in places like South Kensington and elsewhere?
So this is one of the items, again, that we're in discussion with the new government about. In the last programme in May 24, they announced 4 stations for the overground. Of course, the tube is excluded from access for all funding, which is something else that we're talking to government about. But we're pushing them hard to make an early decision around the next phase of stations that we would obviously like to get the funds for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thanks. Good morning. I'd like to ask first about the Pedicabs Act that came into passed in April. I know that TfL is currently scheduling for early 2025 for consultation. Somewhat disappointing that it's taken so long, but obviously behind the scenes there may well be reasons, but it seems there's rarely an opportunity for a law where you've got industry, residents and cross-party support to bring something into effect as soon as possible. Could you confirm to me that early 25 means January 2025 and not sneaking into, say, May 25?
I wish. No. I mean, it's just, so I've got to note because I'm like you, quite impatient because this has been going on for decades. And so one of the things that really pleased went through in the last Parliament. So the note I have, which I'm very happy to share with you, says that TfL is in the process of conducting early engagement with key industry stakeholders. There'll then be formal consultation, including planned regulations. It says, I'm sorry, I'm early in 25, but I'll chase up what that means for the reasons you allude to. And TfL's quite keen to make sure there's joined upness in relation to this. There's some of the challenges we've got, just to share with you what my note says. What will be the inspection regime for pedicabs? Will there be a requirement for drivers to do an assessment or a test? When all the compliance checks on streets be done? So that's some of the work the team at TfL are doing. That's some of the reasons why there's a delay, and I'm as impatient as you are as well. But I will drop you a note to give you some more precise dates, and you can hold us to account.
Yeah, and we perhaps have a mutual impatience here, but obviously, as I said, I understand there may be good reason for the delay, but if you could perhaps use your impatience to pressure the Commissioner to make sure that early 25 does mean more January than late spring, that would be much appreciated.
I can also, what I'll also do is, but by the way, there's also a keenness from TfL as well. I don't want to give the impression there's not from them. The draft regulations, once they're done, we'll also share them out wide as well, so people can see the draft regulations to make sure they're fit for purpose, what we're going to achieve.
Thank you. And secondly, I want to quickly pick up a point that I raised for you, I think, at the last MQT before summer, around ULEZ cameras that continue to be turned around on the boundary, especially in my area around Chingford. This is now a new fun sport to some people, and it's daily. My concern is that not so much that people are receiving fines. I can understand that the cameras are doing its thing and it thinks it's picked someone up. My concern is that it still is the case that TfL are refusing people's appeals for this. And if you're not familiar with Chingford, obviously the ULEZ zone covers the LEZ zone, but it doesn't actually cover the whole of London, and Chingford is one of those areas where many roads are not actually included in the ULEZ, and many people are able to travel outside quite easily. So this is a massive issue affecting many people, especially those on auto pay who are only picking up late in the day that they've actually paid for these days where they haven't travelled into the zone. So please, could something be done to make sure that when somebody complains about a boundary camera picking them up, more is done before refusing those claims?
I'll follow that up. I thought that had been actioned. It wasn't the Commissioner I spoke to, so can I chase that up unless you know... let me chase that up.
Thanks. It's happened again, and the same thing's happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. And my question's to the Mayor. So you committed to unleashing a public transport revolution in outer London, building on the success of Superloop 1 by introducing a second Superloop. So firstly, can you give us some details on how Superloop 1 is performing?
Thanks for your question. In relation to the Superloop, so to give you an idea across London, unlike other parts of the country, we've seen an increase in bus usage generally in London, an increase of just over 2%, which we should be proud about because other parts of the country have not seen such an increase. And part of the explanation for the increase is we froze fares and the hopper fare, which makes a big difference. We've got the cheapest bus fares in the country. So we looked at the numbers using the Superloop, for some of those services, we had in the past an express bus route, so we can compare apples with apples in relation to what number of passengers using the previous express route and what number are using the Superloop now. And we've seen an increase of 11% on average, those using the express buses before and the Superloop now, which is, as you know, a 9% difference from the average increase. Some of the buses, the SL8, which had an express route before it, there's been an 18% increase since we introduced the Superloop. So it's been a massive success. And that's one of the reasons we're keen to look into further Superloops.
Thank you. And to the Commissioner, so what lessons will you be learning from Superloop 1 before introducing Superloop 2? And what are the current timescales on Superloop 2?
So we're also doing the financial analysis on what are the benefits. Obviously, the Superloop buses have enhanced customer features. We also want to transition to fully zero-emission fleet for the Superloop. So we will look at how we can enable that for the existing routes. We'll obviously undertake market engagement because we have a bit more time with the operators around making sure we get the best value commercial arrangements for future routes. And of course, we'll go out to consultation. We have a number of routes that we are considering across London for the second phase of Superloop, and we'll look at what more we can do to further enhance the proposition, which might include some refinement of some existing routes on the back of connecting in with the second phase.
Thank you. An indicative timescale?
Well, I would hope we'll start consultation within the next 6 to 12 months.
Thank you. And to the Mayor again, so we are all committed to seeing an expansion in outer London services such as the Bakerloo Line extension, West London Orbital and DLR Thamesmead extension. But in the absence of these, you also express an interest in exploring Superloop services on these routes. How important is it that we recognise this, and do you have any timescales of when we can see progress?
Yeah, thanks for your question. In answer to Ellie's question earlier on, I mentioned the power of transport to unlock housing, to unlock regeneration and to reduce carbon. So I'm quite keen to have more transport in the areas you suggest. But I also know it takes ages for major infrastructure to be built. Just think about the Elizabeth Line, Northern Line extension. Barking Riverside was a bit quicker, but think about High Speed 2. So we know with the best one in the world, it will be years and years and years and years, even with a green light tomorrow, which isn't happening, for us to extend Bakerloo South, for us to extend DLR to Thamesmead, for us to go to West London Orbital. So the challenge we've given TfL is, can we in the meantime get express buses in those areas where we want to have these major infrastructure, because that may accelerate new housing. That may accelerate economic regeneration in advance of major infrastructure. And so that's the exam question. TfL are going to go away and look into what's possible, bearing in mind road space, bearing in mind appetite, bearing in mind financial issues, bearing in mind discussions with bus operators. But I'm keen to see some sort of improved public transport in those areas where we want to see, these rail lines built or extended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be to you, Mr. Mayor, and it follows on from the question that Assembly Member Turrell has already raised. It won't surprise you if you've seen the agenda for the rest of the meeting. You'll be aware I'm presenting a petition later on, which now has almost 4,000 signatures opposing the proposed charges for the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels. And I think most members will also be aware there's another much larger petition currently in circulation. And of course, there was a petition previously submitted by Assembly Member Desire. So this is still very much a live issue, and I think we can all appreciate that, and it's not going away. My question, so in both the TfL press release that announced the consultation for the charges, and in your Deputy Mayor Seb Dance's response to Assembly Member Desire's petition, it said that tunnel user charges were required as part of the development consent for the new tunnel. That's a little bit misleading, isn't it, Mr. Mayor?
I'm unclear why you think it's misleading. Maybe you can explain.
I've read the relevant parts of the DCI. It's thrilling stuff, and it very clearly gives you the power to impose these charges, but it doesn't give you the obligation to do so. It talks of TfL may levy charges. TfL may determine different charges, including a nil charge. So, yes, it gives you the power, but it doesn't give you the obligation. It's a choice. Now, I respect you've made a case for exercising that choice. It's a case that we can agree with or we can disagree with, but fundamentally it is a choice and it is your choice. And based on the press articles earlier this week that were being published, even as the consultation was still about to close, you are choosing to exercise that choice, aren't you?
Well, no, I think you may also want to read the various contracts that were negotiated some time ago in relation to the contracts to design, finance, build and maintain the Silvertown Tunnel, which requires a future user charge to pay for that. So, unless you're suggesting there's a money tree and a good lawyer that can break the contract, I'm unclear how we get around those things in the DCO.
Thank you. So if it is indeed an obligation, which I believe it is not, then why were we still being invited to submit comments and be consulted on something if there was no prospect of a different decision being made?
Sure. Look, I know some people love referendums. This isn't one. This is a consultation. So the Silvertown Tunnel is going to be built. There will be a charge. It's going to be paid for it. What we're consulting on is things like, will there be different charges different times of the day? So, for example, during rush hour, should there be a higher charge than other parts of the day which would incentivize people to use the tunnel at other parts of the day for a cheaper cost? Is that an idea worth considering? Is it worth considering giving residents in certain boroughs a discount? Is it worth considering giving people who are cycling access to a free bus to go from one side to the other? How frequent should that bus be? When the tunnel begins, clearly we would want buses to use the tunnel. We know the 108 that currently uses the Blackwall Tunnel, the most unreliable bus in the city. Are residents keen for there to be additional buses going through the Silvertown Tunnel? If so, what would they like to see? So those are some of the issues that we are consulting about. And once we've analysed the responses to the consultation, TfL will then come up with the various exemptions, reductions and so forth that addresses the views expressed in those that responded to the consultation. But there should be no illusion. This is not a referendum on whether the tunnel goes ahead or not, or whether there's a charge or not.
Thank you. A related question, more of a factual question more than anything else, perhaps the Commissioner could confirm, how far in advance of that final decision being made and published, and publicised, will the consultation report be published?
I don't have the specific timeframes, but we have to. There is a minimum period before tunnel opening that the charges have to be approved. The charges have to be approved by the TfL board. We need to review the consultation findings and feedback. We'll then consider those, and then they will be taken to the TfL board for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Small Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. My question is to the Mayor. Given the National Infrastructure Commission said in May that an annual settlement is a sticking plaster, will not be sufficient to enhance London's world-class public transport network, how are you working with the new government to secure a multi-year capital deal for TfL?
Well, thanks for your questions. This is arguably one of the most important issues that the Commissioner and I have got to address, which is the unfairness, aside from the comments made by the Infrastructure Commission, the unfairness of other major transport authorities, whether it's the Highways Agency, whether it's Network Rail, whether it's the other city regions, all having a multi-year capital deal, a multi-year deal, in fact, they got revenue and capital, and us having a sticking plaster one-year approach. So the good news is the conversations both the Commissioner and I have had with the government so far have been really good. The government will, for everyone, be doing a one-year spending review. The idea is they engage and consult, so next year there's a multi-year spending review, and so we're hopeful this year aside for the reasons there's no time to get a multi-year deal in the future for TfL to be treated the same as everyone else and have a multi-year deal.
Thank you very much. And in addition, in your manifesto, you committed to developing plans to replace the Bakerloo Line fleet, something I agree with wholeheartedly. Can you provide an update on that work?
Yes, one of the things that the Commissioner's team did was they submitted to the government a business case And that business case set out what our ask are in relation to capital and what we'd spend it on. And you will know that the Bakerloo Line has the oldest trains in the country. Nobody makes the parts anymore for the train. That's how old this line is. The request is in two stages, as I understand it. One is firstly to replace the trains. Secondly is to improve the signalling, the control rooms and so forth. So as I understand it, a request has gone in for financial support to begin the work.
That's correct. Two parts. So we obviously have options as part of our deep tube fleet contract with Siemens to exercise those options for the rolling stock. The second part, as the Mayor's correctly said, is around upgrading the infrastructure for the existing railway, so platforms, tracks, traction, signalling, and then of course the third element would be the Bakerloo Line extension, which is obviously a key programme that we want to push for because of what it will deliver in terms of regeneration, homes and growth.
And finally, Mr Mayor, do you agree with me that the only way to deliver these new trains is with the support of government funding? And if so, how are you engaging with the new government to secure funding for these new trains?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that even the previous government accepted is that TfL can't pay for all the capital required by itself. Remarkably, and it is remarkable, for the first time in 24 years, the first time since TfL was set up, we operate a surplus. We don't get support from the government in relation to running our services, which is quite remarkable. We've reduced our deficit, we've reduced the like-for-like running costs, we've increased revenues, but with the best in the world, we can't pay the cost for new rolling stock, signalling, infrastructure, and so forth. And the government gets that. By the way, it's not necessarily government that would help us with capital. If they gave us latitude in relation to ways to raise funds, we could raise money that way. For example, the Northern Line extension, proceeds from future homes built, council tax and future business rates from future businesses was used to pay for the extension. The Elizabeth Line, 1/3 paid for by business rate supplement, 1/3 by central government, 1/3 by London. So there are schemes out there. So it wouldn't necessarily be the government writing a cheque. It's allowing us the flexibility to come up with funding mechanisms to pay for the infrastructure, which is critical.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Hello, Commissioner. I'd like to reprise our conversation about bus safety, if I may. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the apology that TfL issued earlier in the week about the misinformation that had been circulated about Melissa Burr, and acknowledging now correctly that she had done nothing wrong and was in the correct place on the crossing at Victoria. But in your most recent Commissioner report to the TfL board, you reflected on the changes that have been made subsequently at Victoria Bus Station, and you wrote, we completed improvements at Victoria Bus Station in December 2023 and continue to review pedestrian data in this location given development in the area. What you didn't mention was that subsequent to those changes, of course, literally weeks later, Kathleen Finnegan was killed in very similar circumstances in the same place, and then in May this year, another woman was seriously injured at Victoria Bus Station. They're obviously relevant to those works that have taken place, but they're not mentioned. Can you see that it looks a bit like, patting yourself on the back for doing a great thing and, downplaying what are obviously still very serious problems there?
So firstly, I'd like to reiterate the apology that was made at our Safety, Sustainability and HR panel to Melissa Burr's family. I am in direct contact with Melissa's mother as well, and also to apologise to the Finnegan family for the communication or lack of, which I won't go into in detail. Far from it, am I patting ourselves on the back? Bus safety across our transport network is absolutely our first priority. The circumstances of those tragic incidents are slightly different, and the locations of them are slightly different. Any fatality or loss is absolutely tragic and should not happen. We will continue to review. We are waiting for the MPS to complete the investigation into the two most recent incidents. The second one referred to actually happened away from the bus station and not in the bus station itself, but nonetheless led to a very significant life-changing injury to the pedestrian. We are continuing to focus on what we need to do around bus station safety and bus safety. Whilst those fatalities are too many fatalities, the overall number of fatalities on the bus network has continued to reduce year on year. We have reviewed our bus stations across the network, and we are putting some improvements in place in a number of those locations. The most significant one obviously being Walthamstow, which is where temporary works are being done already. Permanent works will be done by the end of the year, and Kingston Cromwell Road, where the whole bus station is currently being rebuilt and should be open at the end of October.
Okay. So in August 2021, when Melissa Burr was killed, was Victoria Bus Station compliant then with health and safety law?
So you'll be aware, I unfortunately wasn't in position at the time then, but following Melissa's tragic death, the Health and Safety Executive put a number of requirements on us to change the layout of the station. Those improvements were the ones that were carried out at the end of 2023, and we believe the bus station is now compliant with Health and Safety, the Health and Safety Executive's latest standards.
So is that a no for August 2021? Because you're saying it is now, but my question was it then?
Well, clearly the Health and Safety Executive required us to make a number of improvements following Melissa's tragic death. We have actioned on those improvements.
Okay, and you mentioned already that there's now a wider programme going on across many bus stations. I don't want to perhaps go through all of those, but I'm pleased to see that that's happening, because clearly it is a situation in bus garages or bus stations where there seem to be a disproportionate number of problems. Zooming out from that individual scenario and thinking more broadly, if fatal bus crashes, if they instead were on the railway or the tram or on an aircraft or on the sea, there will be an independent investigation from the RAIB, MAIB and so on, and then a published public report explaining what they found, what the problems were, what recommendations they'd made. That doesn't always seem to happen. In fact, it rarely seems to happen with buses. Do you think it would be an improvement if there were, every time a fatal bus crash happened, there were such a report?
Well, as you know, I've spent 30 years in aviation, and I think it's been a very effective industry in terms of driving safety. The UK was the lead country in terms of how it investigated air accidents. The Rail Accident Investigation Board does the same for rail. There is no such body that does that for road fatalities, so it is down to the Metropolitan Police in London, who are independent. They are the ones responsible for conducting the independent investigation and determining if there are any criminal or prosecutions to be made. We also undertake our investigation. I would welcome the Department for Transport looking at how some form of independent body could undertake similar reviews in the way the RAIB and the AIB do.
So there are investigations that happen now, but there's no published set of findings. So TfL could publish its findings routinely whenever there's a fatality. You could commit to me now, whenever TfL investigates a fatal bus accident, they would publish a report.
I'm happy to take that way and look at it. We certainly make information available to our safety panel. I'm happy to do that.
But I think in 2017 the Assembly recommended that you do that. So that was 7 years ago. And so no progress has been made in those 7 years on that kind of report.
Well, I'd have to take that away, Assemblyman Garrett. Obviously, I wasn't here.
Well, presumably you know if TfL publishes a report when somebody dies or is killed by a bus.
Well, we publish the reports to our board safety panel, so they are aware. I will look to see what more we need to do in terms of publishing it. We always make it clear what are the actions that need to be taken following any fatal road collision. Bearing in mind, not all, or whilst our Vision Zero is across all London's roads, we are not responsible for all London's roads, but we are taking that challenge to ensure there are no fatalities and no serious injuries across the road and bus network by 2041. So I'm happy to take that away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. In March 2024, you unveiled the Transport Hate Crime Task Force. Could you just give us an update on that and what you hope the task force will achieve?
Yeah, so this is one of the lessons we learned from the work we did around the Inclusive Transport Forum, which is if TfL and the Commissioner alluded to this when it came to step-free access and answered a question from Assemblymember Mahfouz. If TfL have got people with inverted commas skin in the game around the table, those who are disabled, visually impaired and so forth. It leads to better public transport. And so what we're trying to do with TfL is to set up a transport hate crime task force, which will have lived experience taken into account by TfL when it comes to providing services, women and girls who may be at the receiving end of violence, those who receive hate crime because they're Jewish or because they are Muslim. And the idea is for us to make sure the services we provide address some of the concerns those communities may have. And TfL are currently speaking to various organisations and groups to come up with what is the best way of the task force being set up that's got the support of the communities we need to work with.
That's key. I also just want to thank you both for coming to Golders Green to launch the 310 earlier this week. I mean, this is a very good example of inclusive transport. We have a significant Jewish community in North London who have been campaigning for this bus, certainly as long as I can remember. So over 15 years they've been campaigning for this bus, and it was a campaign promise, and it was good to see that delivered. And I was immensely proud to be there as a Barnet councillor, but also as an assembly member, to be there with you both and key figures in the local Jewish community and our new MP Sarah Sackman. Could you tell us what considerations have been taken into account during the planning process of the 310?
Yeah, well, firstly, can I thank you for your lobbying and your campaigning, which clearly paid off with the community. Look, this bus is for everyone. This is for everyone. It's another example of how, an ask from one community benefits everyone. Step-free access is another good example. It's not just those who are disabled who benefit from step-free access, all of us benefit. You've got shopping, you've got suitcases, you've got buggies and so forth. And so the 310 bus, which does go from Stamford Hill to Golders Green directly, will benefit 5 boroughs, Hackney, Haringey, Camden, Islington and Barnet residents. It's direct bus route, single decker. So the challenge I gave the Commissioner, which he accepted with a grimace, was to go away, speak to the company, speak to Stagecoach, speak to residents, let's speak to the bus garage, get the right staff, and let's get this bus service going sooner rather than later. But TfL will obviously be hoping residents respond and users to the consultation, because we want people's views in relation to this bus. We'll be looking obviously at people who use the 310, what impact it has on the 210 and the 253 and the 254, what the journey patterns are, and that'll be in real time. We've also made sure, as a commitment the Commissioner gave me, that every single one of our bus drivers, we don't employ them directly, but every single one of them will have proper training by the end of this year, all 24,000, which is really important because the concern some people have is there's no point in reporting when I've been verbally abused. The bus driver won't take action. Well, he or she will, because they've trained to understand the importance of taking action, good CCTV, access to a 24-hour control room, and so forth. So we want people to have confidence in this bus, but also we want people to use it.
So you're right, and your point is really key, that in delivering this bus, it benefits the whole community. It benefits 5 boroughs. I've already used it, quite apart from the launch. I've used it. Just to take this moment to particularly highlight and thank the work of the London Jewish Forum and the Board of Deputies of British Jews, who have not given up on this stream, and to encourage everyone who lives in and around the 310 to absolutely take part in the consultation. So thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Giorgio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, I will be asking you a few questions on Cockfosters Station car park. Now, I appreciate that you vehemently supported the scheme and I vehemently opposed it, and so I don't think we should waste colleagues' time by getting into the pros and cons of the scheme itself. Against the wishes of the vast majority of local residents, the government has decided to allow TfL to build over Cockfosters Station Tube car park. Can you please confirm whether you or any of your staff have had conversations with the political leadership of Enfield Council prior to the application receiving planning approval?
Well, thanks for reading out the question. I have conversations all the time with various people. I'm not sure when I spoke to who, when. You'll recall this is the Secretary of State, not the Council, giving consent, which I'm really pleased about. It's great news. Good example of local residents voting for the right person on July the 4th and May the 2nd, and us seeing homes being delivered.
Mr. Mayor, as cute as that answer is, that wasn't the question that I asked. And, you know, given that I thought you would choose the opportunity to gloat, thankfully I have some follow-up questions. I noticed that you definitely avoided it. Oh, how convenient. I don't remember when I spoke to this person or that person. But anyway, we'll move on, shall we? In light of the Grenfell report and the changes in staircase guidance since the application received planning approval by Enfield, will the scheme change? Now, I appreciate you may not be able to answer that now, but these are important topics.
Chair, I've not begun gloating about the landslide victory I secured, or this government secured on July the 4th. I'm happy to start if he wants me to. I could gloat all day long about the amazing results I secured on May the 2nd and secured by the Labour Party on July the 4th as well. You should be grateful you're here because you just got in. Thank goodness that you got in. But look, we're going to make sure that that we will carry on having the safest and best London plan in the country. We already were ahead of the previous government in relation to making sure our homes in London were as safe as they could be, the new homes we built. We also were ahead of the previous government in relation to making sure when it came to homes built under the affordable housing programme, the requirements were far more strenuous in London than there are around the country. We're going to carry on making sure that any new home built in London addresses the concerns that the tragedy that at Grenfell highlighted.
Mr. Chairman, he's clearly had his Weetabix today, and he's being extra adorable as usual. But look, as Assembly Member Hall pointed out, he does like to talk about the size of his majority, and I'm not going to get into why that may be.
Because it's huge.
Well,
I mean, it's a third term victory, never done before. A swing towards an incumbent. A swing to us all across the city, including where you live. Of course, I want to talk about my majority. And I've not even come into the majority the Labour Party has in government. It's huge. I mean, of course, I want to talk about things that are huge. The majority in Parliament and the swing towards me on May the 2nd.
I think the Mayor does protest too much, Mr. Chairman, about the size of his majority. But anyway, look,
I'm gloating, not protesting. It's called gloating.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave you with this. You have done over commuters, disabled people, the elderly, pregnant women, and local shoppers with this application. You can gloat all you want, but it is what it is, and you can't change the facts.
Well, Chair, in response to that question, I think
that was a flourish. Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Good morning, Commissioner. I've got some questions for you also about housing. I wondered if you could give us an update on what progress has been made on the Places for London aim to start building 20,000 homes by 2031.
Certainly. So we have just completed our 1,000th property, which is great progress. We are on track to have started 20,000 by the end of the decade. Real progress, in particular at Wembley Park, where our partner Barratt is really motoring in terms of the construction of those homes. I am pleased with the Cockfosters decision. That will also include publicly accessible car parking spaces for 47 and 12 include 12 blue badge spaces as well. So we are making sure that we consider the accessibility needs in our developments. We are looking at what other land opportunities we have. Clearly, Lilliebridge Depot and Earls Court are big opportunities that are in progress as well. And I'm really proud of what the team at Places for London are doing and the partnerships we have with the various organisations. Half of those homes will be affordable, which will make a significant inroad into the target that London has. And we're looking forward for what more we can do working with the new government around improving the planning process. And of course, the fact that we now have the clarity on the second staircase enables us to move forward with a number of schemes that have had to be paused and redesigned. And in fact, I was with Hounslow Council last week where we were talking about further opportunities too.
I'll come back to the point about the issue about what constitutes affordable and the 50% in a second, but I'd noticed that you said you're on track to complete the 20,000 homes by the end of the decade. It starts by the end of the
20,000 by the end.
Okay, because I think the original plan was to start on site for all of these by 2031. Obviously, my maths may not be perfect, but between 2024 and 2031 isn't the same as a decade, because I would make that 2034. So has that figure now, has it been pushed back?
No, sorry, the end of this decade, so 2030.
What, from 2021 to 2031? That's what you're saying?
No, have started 20,000 homes by 2030, which is the end of this decade.
Okay. And so the starts will have all happened by 2030?
That's the plan.
Okay. Coming back to the point of the affordability, obviously shared ownership now, for many people, there are issues about that. And of course, that is one of the tenure types that's included as an affordable type. So I wondered if you could just tell us whether or not we're going to be able to see a bit more social rented housing in that 50%?
If I could comment in relation to this issue, Senator Cooper, the issue is the programme negotiated with the government, the Affordable Homes Programme.
Yeah, I know.
Talks about shared ownership. So the deal we do with the partner that TfL works with, we make sure if we give them support, it fits in with the government guidelines. So those are some of the conversations, for the reasons you allude to, we're having with the government and the relevant department about what constitutes an affordable homes. But you know, TfL will make sure that's the promise that you know, half of the new homes are going to be affordable. We've got to make sure the grant money helps them provide the right sorts of homes.
Well, I hope those negotiations go well, because I think a lot of people are finding many tenure types in London these days pretty unaffordable. Commissioner, if I can come back to you, how will the next generation of major transport projects, which you haven't touched on, including, for example, the Bakerloo Line extension, the West London Orbital and the DLR to Thamesmead, which obviously the Mayor did mention earlier, help to unlock housing for Londoners, much needed housing?
Well, they'll play a huge role. DLR to Thamesmead, you already touched on 30,000 new homes, 10,000 new jobs. Bakerloo Line extension, between 4,000 and 5,000 new homes, if my numbers are correct. And the West London Orbital, similar as well. So, you know, and of course they'll create more jobs. Again, our estimates for Thamesmead is about 10,000 jobs. It will also increase accessibility for that area of London, which has some of the most highly qualified students and graduates who are regularly using the Elizabeth line from Abbeywood to go and work in West London. So it'll create more mobility for that area as well, as would the Bakerloo line extension and West London Orbital.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because I've run out of time, but just imagine what would happen if Crossrail 2 was included on that list, but very sadly seems to have vanished into the weeds at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Just to be clear, it's still our goal to get Crossrail 2.
The question is when.
Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you and good morning. Quick one to the Commissioner. This week TfL announced it would need more cash to progress their plans for West London Orbital. Could we get a written answer to provide us with the current estimated cost and the current shortfall that is required to meet the scheme?
We'll certainly write to you with the update. We don't have any funding for the scheme at the moment.
No funding at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. I was really disappointed to receive a response to the motion on the Save Waltham Abbey buses, saying that TfL would not be doing anything further to extend those routes. Beyond the orbital routes, extending into areas like Essex is something that is the only barrier that we need to bring down to get people out of cars. And until we have routes out of London into Essex, that's not going to happen. So can I ask you to work further on those plans? And just to say, this is really what people want, and listening to those local people putting forward those campaigns is why we buck the trend in places like Chingford and have quadruple the majority if we're talking large majorities.
It's great for a Conservative something to cheer about.
Question there. So I asked what you were going to do to look about extending into places like Essex.
So I'm happy to take that away. I don't have any specifics at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Thank you very much. Where do I begin? Okay, can I just go back in terms of the buses in outer London? In some of your answers, I was surprised not to hear about area bus plans and their role in terms of future expansion and reviews. Have you got, rather than an ad hoc way of doing it, which I think we're looking at area bus plans around where you're introducing Superloops, is it not the case now that we should be looking at a more comprehensive review of different area bus plans to see where there are deficiencies and a different approach that may be to help in terms of coverage of the service?
So we absolutely are. We just haven't had a chance to talk about it this morning so far. So our bus service planning team are looking along with our bus operations team around where we think there are further opportunities to improve and provide additional local bus services, particularly in outer London. It's a regular topic of conversation. As you know, I'm going out meeting all the London boroughs, and it's a regular topic of conversation we have, and we are asking them for feedback on where they believe there is opportunity to either look at new routes, improve connectivity between boroughs and town centres in outer London, and see where there's the opportunity for us to improve that public transport offering, of which Superloop is one element, but local buses are a key element as well.
Okay, thank you for that. If we can move on and talk about gloating or not gloating, but today I thought we'd have a number of questions around ULEZ, but obviously not. So the latest ULEZ report about the expansion to outer London, Mr Mayor, vindicates your actions that you took. Difficult decisions at the time. Do you wish to comment on that final report that's been recently issued?
Yeah, I'm just. You're right. Surprised no issues, questions in relation to the hugely successful ultra low emissions zone, the world's largest clean air zone. And it was on the ballot paper on May the 2nd. I mean, Londoners were given a choice on May the 2nd, which is to vote for one candidate who will not just make sure ULEZ doesn't expand, reverse the ULEZ that was brought in before, and another candidate who is pro-clean air. And you saw what Londoners' verdict was in relation to that. We also saw, by the way, on July the 4th, Uxbridge go in Labour, which was lovely on July the 4th. I can see some chuntering from over here. That's what they can do to chunter because they lost so badly on May the 2nd and July the 4th. But what the results show for ULEZ is, just talk about nitrogen dioxide. In central London, a reduction of 54%. In London, 24%, outer London, 21%. Massive reduction in nitrogen dioxide. So we've now got a situation where 5 million Londoners who weren't previously are now benefiting from the ULEZ. And the really good thing is that we know in outer London, the biggest numbers of asthma, premature deaths, and they'll now be benefiting from the world's largest clean air zone going to their area as well.
Well done. Turning back to the Commissioner around some of those issues, well, I could go on about it, but what's the point? They don't like healthy people. They don't want it. They resisted it in the past. They're quite happy for children to go with, lung diseases rather than deal with any of the other issues.
Start saying it, it's
so
not
the
on.
question
You can't
is,
say we
that's
want
what they
kids
would
to
do.
have lung disease.
That's what they
absolutely
do.
ridiculous.
The results of the report actually indicate it works and it makes a difference. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for taking that decision, which they may chunter on about, but you were the one that took it. And thank you for the officers. And we ought to also pay some tribute to your previous environmental advisor that worked with TfL in terms of some of the work that you did. So well done to those officers that did that work. Let's now go on to something that we might, actually the other side might chunter even more. 20 miles speed limits. I'm all for speed limits and reductions, but when I'm on the road following my 20 miles an hour issue and I see cyclists going past me faster than I am, but even worse, I see buses going past me in 20 mile zones, have we got something right around enforcement? Or is it that we're imposing a blanket ban on 20 miles, probably that some of those roads, if they were properly assessed, shouldn't be 20 miles. There should be other speed reduction issues or other safety measures that should be put in. where are you on this in terms of red routes on the 20 miles issue about reviewing whether it's appropriate to have them on every red route?
So thank you for the question. We have a clear strategy around speed reduction because we know the clear benefits it delivers in the unfortunate consequence of somebody being hit by a vehicle. It's not just around 20 miles an hour, it's also reducing 50 and 40 mile an hour speed limits on the TLRN where appropriate too. We do need to make sure enforcement is appropriate. Buses should not be speeding, so if they are, please do let us know. We are putting safety features on buses so that they have intelligent speed governance on those as well. But we have to, if we're going to really make a difference and really achieve our target, we have to improve road safety. And that includes the safety and behaviour of all road users, bus drivers, HGV drivers, car drivers, cyclists, motorcyclists, etc. Because more people are going to die or be seriously injured if we don't do that. So that is a key strategy for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, I'd like to ask for an update on the publication of the results of the toilet feasibility study. Toilet campaigners keep asking me when it's coming. We were told last time I asked it was due this summer. Originally it was due by June 2023. That's over a year of Londoners crossing our legs. So what have you got for us?
It will be published in a matter of weeks. We are just finalising it, and it's a very comprehensive programme of work.
To be fair, we haven't had a summer, so yeah.
Thank you. A lot of people are going to be very looking forward to hearing what's in it. They may even be relieved. You're better at toilet puns than I am.
Right. Any other contributions? We're calling an end. That's it. Oh, well, I did ask. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. Commissioner, you said earlier that bus deaths were down. So far this year, which is only 8 months, there have been 9 bus deaths. That is more than 2023, more than 2021, more than 2020, and equal to 22. And we've still got 4 months to go. How can the figure be coming down?
I've said in bus stations since 2014 there's only been 6. Any deaths are tragic, and we will absolutely take action to make sure that we get to 0.
City Hall Conservatives are now out of time. Thank you very much. If there's nobody else wanting to contribute, we've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, you're free to go. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motions set out on the agenda in my name, that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? I would now like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour,
1:33, Chair.
which will be 1:34 by the time I get there. So before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are we in agreement on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Forgive me, but in our tributes to Nikki Gavron earlier, I omitted to have a moment's silence, and if we could do that, perhaps give us space to think about Nikki's contribution to the Assembly and indeed Nikki's life. So if we could just do that now. Yes. Thank you very much. We now move on to petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Russell to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is a petition on behalf of campaigners from Croydon, one of whom is still in the chamber, having been here all morning. We call on Transport for London to install a Pelican, pedestrian light-controlled crossing at each arm of the Lower Coombe Street, Coombe Road, High Street and Southend Junction. Transport for London should also investigate how to make this crossing safer for people cycling and wheeling. It is recommended that the petition be forwarded to the Mayor of London for a response. Thank you.
Agreed with that, forwarding that. Thank you. Can I call on Assembly Member Roberts to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a petition signed by 272 people on behalf of the Osterley and White Green Residents Association relating to the extension of the E1 bus service from Ealing Broadway to Osterley. They're calling upon the Mayor of London and TfL to introduce the extension to the E1 bus route from Ealing Broadway to Osterley as soon as possible in 2024 rather than in May 2027, as is proposed by TfL.
Thank you. And do we agree to forward that on to the Mayor? Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Wilson to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to present this petition, which is relating to the Blackwall and Silvertown Tunnel Tax scheme, referred to it in the questions to the Mayor earlier. I'd like to thank Maxine Fothergill for her support in generating a lot of these signatures, just under 3,800 signatures. The wording of the petition is as follows. The Mayor of London and TfL have confirmed plans to introduce toll charges on both Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels when the new tunnel opens in 2025. We, the undersigned, oppose this tax on London's drivers and call on the Mayor and TfL to scrap the proposed charges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We agree to forward that to the Mayor. Agreed? Thank you. Can we note the responses received to petitions presented on the 7th of December 2023, 8th of February 2024 and 7th of March 2024 London Assembly plenary meetings? Thank you. We now go on to motions in accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly group leads. I have agreed to vary the times for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover or the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. So with the first motion on the agenda is in the name of Assembly Member Mahfouz. And would you like to present that, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's not often that we see truly transformative changes in the world of public transport. But the Superloop and the expansion of the Superloop network is an absolute game changer for outer London. Londoners want reliable, accessible and safe public transport, which gets them from A to B in the quickest possible way. People in outer London have long been frustrated that most rapid transport services in the capital go into the centre of town, whilst travelling around London's suburbs can be slow and challenging on public transport. The Superloop is already tackling this challenge and doing so in an exciting way. So exciting, in fact, that even my teenagers' friends talk about it with enthusiasm. And as you can imagine, there's not much that gets them enthused. Superloop 1 has already increased ridership by 9% above the network average and has added 6 million kilometres to London's bus network. It's transforming commutes for workers who live and work in outer London, for shopping trips for those supporting our local town centres, and better connecting key train and tube lines without laborious journeys into town and back out again. And all being done on buses that will be fully zero emission by 2034. My own constituency has benefited from not one, but two routes. The SL8, which has seen an 18% uplift in usage, which goes from Uxbridge to White City, and the SL9 from Harrow to Heathrow. But where this will become an absolute game changer is where Superloop goes next. Currently, there are proposals for 2 more routes to start from Ealing Broadway, providing better, more reliable and faster connections to and from Kingston in the south via Brentford and Richmond, and Hendon in the north via Brent Cross. Journeys where there is no real rail alternative. In fact, my first ever job was at Brent Cross and my last running a refugee charity in Kingston. So I'm very well aware of the challenges of both of those commutes by bus and know firsthand how transformative these proposed new bus routes will be. But we shouldn't stop there. I know how beneficial a Superloop route in places like Hillingdon would be to connect the multiple tube lines that run through there, as well as better connecting the north and the south of the borough, improving employment opportunities and encouraging more trips to our local town centres. So, Chair, I urge colleagues from all parties to get on board with this motion. Next stop, Superloop 2.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, do you wish to second that?
I do, yes. Thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank Assemblymember Foos for bringing this forward, and I'm very happy to second this motion. And I like to refer to the bus network as the workhorse of London's transport, and it may not seem too complimentary, but the fact is buses are transporting thousands upon thousands of Londoners at lower cost, running even when other parts of the network fall over. Our buses transport more young and older Londoners, more women, more low-income Londoners. They're an absolute lifeline to many, and they reach places other parts of transport cannot reach. And the important thing about the Superloop is that it explicitly is acknowledging that we need transport to do more than take us in and out of the centre for those people who work in the centre of London. That so many of our journeys to work and education, to see family, friends and to connect communities are from one bit of outer London to another. And just to follow up on Assemblymember Foos' talk about his children, his friends, I also heard some teenagers on the SL2 a month ago or so talking about where the SL2 could get them. I don't think I've ever heard teenagers talking about transport on transport. I was very excited, as you can imagine. And it's been such a success that we're now looking at phase 2. And I'm really pleased that so many areas of London want to get a bit of Superloop action. And I fully support the Mayor's pledge for a second phase of the Superloop and look forward to working with him on the new route proposals, covering areas of London not yet connected. And I'm looking forward to engaging with Londoners on what they want to see for it.
We have notification of an amendment, which I'll take now. Assemblymember Best, please, to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. We're obviously broadly supportive of this. The idea of the Superloop is completely the right one and long been overlooked in London's transport system. Orbital travel is what is necessary to connect our capital and make sure that people can access other alternative modes of transport. It's not just orbital transport. I'll do another shout out for the fact that people want to go out of our city for some reasons as well. And until we address that challenge, people will not move away from vehicles with good reason because they can't. The issue that I have with the Superloop thus far is that I acknowledge that it's been broadly helpful for a lot of people in a lot of places in London. Unfortunately for us in the part of North East London, it hasn't quite met that standard and it didn't quite do the right things. We were told when Superloop was announced this was going to address the challenges of the Outer London ULEZ expansion by addressing the transport needs of those people. Yet in North East London, the Superloop stayed exclusively within the old ULEZ boundary. And so that means for people like me that live in North East London, journeys that would take 20 to 30 minutes by car will still take an hour and a half to travel by public transport. That's just not a change that people are going to make until the Superloop properly connects Outer London. And when we say super, it embraces the meaning of super going into Outer London. And so I really hope we address that concern because perhaps less surprisingly than Assembly Member Mafaz, I have a 6-year-old who is obsessed with public transport and makes me take every single mode of public transport in this city. I haven't taken him on the Superloop because it isn't close enough for me to get to one. And I would love to have his same enthusiasm if he could actually see one in person. And so I move... And so I move this motion, and I hope we will support making sure we move to the right place with what is the right direction of travel of these buses.
It's rare for a seconder to heckle the proposer, but Assembly Member Prince.
I so second and reserve my right, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank Assembly Members Mahfouz and Baker for bringing this important motion. London needs loads more buses, especially in outer London, to provide that alternative that we so desperately need to private cars. My colleague Sian Berry found that 30 million bus kilometres of services have been removed from central London over the last 10 years. And yet, despite the aim being to move that level of service to outer London, there had been less than 1 million kilometres of extra buses added to outer London before the Superloop came in, and 9 outer London boroughs had actually seen cuts. So we desperately need not just more Superloop buses, but more public transport services overall. We will absolutely be supporting the motion. Now, just turning to the amendment, we do agree with the Conservatives about the need to, you say specifically calls on the Mayor to prioritise communities which are currently underserved by public transport in determining the routes for Superloop 2. That's a very, very agreeable statement. What we don't agree with is that we don't want to preempt the Mayor with a list of possible specific places without proper consideration of what is needed and where it's needed. We think the Mayor and TfL should work with the Assembly to get this right, and so that we are all, as Assembly members, able to represent all Londoners' needs as the Superloop is developed. So we'll be voting against the amendment, despite our agreement with the first sentence, and for the motion in whatever happens.
Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think, like many residents of my constituency, I think the Superloop has been a good addition to our bus service. It's a very welcome addition to the transport network of Bexley and Bromley. But unfortunately, there has been the inescapable feeling of missed opportunity with some of the routes we've been given, which this amendment seeks to set right. For example, as Assembly Member Best commented, there are rural parts of my constituency. When you get to the south of Bromley, you're into the place of villages. There are hamlets in Bromley, and there is the village of Bigging Hill, which only has one road in and one road out. And these are communities that have been hit hardest by ULEZ, and they were then not sufficiently compensated with the Superloop. So they were missed off again from the Superloop. And the routes we've got are good. They do need some improvement. For example, the SL3, we desperately need to get a stop added for Bexley Village so that residents there can have the same enthusiasm and benefit of joining. So the Superloop 2 must go much further for our rural communities. There are places such as Beckingham, which was strangely missed off despite being a transport hub in South East London. So while the Superloop is a positive step forward, so I welcome the original motion, I'll be supporting the amendment to make sure that there is that commitment there to ensuring that our rural communities actually get included this time.
Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep my comments very brief. I should say that, in general, very much supportive of the principle of improved orbital services, particularly in Outer London, and welcome the benefits that have been described in the motion and in the contributions that other members have made in the discussion so far. There is one slight caveat I would like to raise, and that is in the context of the new bus lane over 1.5 kilometres on the A1400 Woodford Avenue. Keith will know what a problem that has caused. It was unnecessary, and most of the day it doesn't need the bus lane in there, and in rush hours it makes congestion much worse. So it's yes, as you said, it's currently been suspended and reviewed, which I think is helpful. But I think the final sentence of the original motion, I think, helps address future problems like that coming up. I think by calling on the Mayor and TfL to work with us as Assembly members who know our own patches reasonably well and make sure that those new routes can be effective, efficient, and avoid future problems along those lines. So on that basis, very happy to support both the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other contributors. Therefore, if I can go to Assembly Member Prince to sum up. Oh, no, only if they reserve. No. Oh, did you? Oh, in which case? Oh, is that? Oh, you did. Oh, yes. Along with the heckle. Okay, sum up if you can. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, we welcome the Superloop, but London is an enormous city, really, and what we find with the Superloop is that we don't think it goes out far enough. So I live in Havering, and there is no Superloop in Havering, and that doesn't make sense, really. Same, I know, in Bromley and also other parts of my constituency, Waltham Forest, that's not my constituency, but it doesn't go out far enough. And the whole idea of having an orbital service is that it goes around the outside and joins up all the dots so that you don't have to go in and then have to go out. And that is why on our amendment we're only suggesting that he might. We're not saying that he must. Assembly Member Russell. Last night, that's Councillor, tonight. So we are just saying that he might want to include those boroughs that are not included in the Superloop. We're not saying he must. And I think really it's unfair that we don't suggest those boroughs that are not receiving anything in the outer London for the Superloop. So wouldn't mind if you could just see your way clear to give us a little bit of a support. And you know, we'll support the motion anyway. So we're not changing any words on the motion. So that's my appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Best to sum up on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was a really reasonable motion, and I think actually we wanted to get on the same page. And I think the very idea that the Mayor should work with the Assembly starts now by pulling out the very obvious gaps in the Superloop. And I think that's something that the Greens do support. And that's why, as well, we've only said, as Assembly Member Prince alluded to, that we might agree to those. And I think that we'll maybe see why the Greens don't want to support this later today or sometime in the future. But apart from that, if someone from Labour wants to go to the toilet in the next couple of minutes, that would also be helpful. So, thanks.
Is this a motion about toilets or is this a motion about the Superloop? I'm confused.
Well, Caroline was involved, so...
Assembly Member Mahfouz to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just start off by thanking everyone for their contributions on this clearly exciting topic. As we've heard, many teenagers enthused about this topic outside of this chamber, but clearly many slightly older people within this chamber are also excited too. But Assembly Member Baker made the important point that actually these bus routes are supporting some people who would otherwise be more marginalised in our communities, those who are the most young, the oldest, more women, those from lower incomes. And everybody has mentioned about how this service is better connecting outer London. And actually, the contributions that we've had from the Greens, thank you, Assemblymember Russell, was very much about this is a key driver to deliver the modal shift change that we need to see across the capital. From Assemblymember Wilson, the typical stuff that we hear from Reform, yeah, we do like stuff, but actually there's this one caveat which could be sorted out anyway. But you know, just come off the fence and just support something for once. That'd be great. I'm grateful for the Tory contributions, which all, if I could sum up, really is about in terms of the importance of orbital routes, as Assemblymember Best pointed out. And this is exactly what we are talking about here, about that importance of the orbital route, about providing something which is absolutely, truly transformative. And look, Superloop 1 was the start of this journey. Superloop 2 is the next stop. And we are looking to take it even further. But we've got a mayor who is absolutely dedicated to transforming London in this way, something we didn't see under previous mayors. So in terms of, I think the only pushback we had from Assemblymember Prince was that it doesn't go rural enough. And certainly when I'm on the SL7, I think, which goes past Bushy Park, and I see the deer from the top deck, it certainly feels rural enough. I think what I would want to do is just say, on this side of the chamber, we will be supporting the amendment that's been tabled, accepting the amendment that's been tabled. But just for clarity, in terms of, because we heard from Assemblymember Best and from Assemblymember Prince about outer London and going out of London. This is when we talk about the north of Waltham Forest, we are talking about the northern part of Waltham Forest rather than leaving London altogether. So thank you very much.
Bring it to close. Thank you very much.
That's interesting. Sort of accepted our amendment.
Could have just told us at the beginning.
I wouldn't have had to beg Caroline.
So if that motion's been accepted, we don't need to vote on it.
So Chair, the amendment's been accepted by the mover. We now vote on the amendment as altered, because it now incorporates that amendment. Can I see members in favour of the motion as amended by that amendment? As amended.
Yeah, you missed.
We don't want a narrative. It looks like it's unanimous. Right. Thank you very much for
unanimous,
that.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We next move on to the motion in the name of Assemblymember Bukhari.
Thank you, Chair. Some of you may have seen the Olympic torches are back in City Hall, which is timely considering that we've just had the latest Olympic Games in Paris, where the UK gained 65 medals, 14 gold ones. And now we are watching in all the Paralympics, where Team GB have already won 76 medals and counting. 33 gold. Now, many of us here will have fond memories of our own London Games in 2012, which was not only a success for sport, but also celebrating Britain's diverse history and its open-minded values. In 2012, the volleyball competition took place in the Earls Court Exhibition Centre. The centre is no longer here, but the British Volleyball Federation, BVF, and the IBB Polonia are actively seeking to establish London as the centre of volleyball in the UK. Now, a move that aligns with the London global sporting reputation. So this is why they have approached us via the Earls Court Area Action Group to help lobby the Mayor for his support. Now, I'm pleased to say today that we have some volleyball people in the gallery today. Bartek, CEO of IBB Polonia London, the oldest volleyball club in England. Thank you for joining us, Bartek. Volleyball, including beach volleyball and sitting volleyball, is gaining significant momentum worldwide, and London has the opportunity to be at the forefront of this development in the UK. The motion is asking for the Mayor to establish a permanent training and events home for volleyball in London as a crucial step towards enhancing the sport's presence and preparing British athletes for the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. The establishment of a permanent volleyball hub in London will bring substantial economic and social benefits. Hosting volleyball events, including national and international tournaments, would boost tourism, support local businesses and create jobs. Volleyball, particularly sitting volleyball, promotes inclusivity by providing opportunities for athletes with disabilities to compete at the highest levels. Establishing a dedicated volleyball hub in London would encourage participation from diverse communities, fostering a spirit of inclusivity that reflects the city's multicultural identity. So I do hope that everyone supports this brilliant motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to formally second that from the chair. Does anybody wish to speak? In which case I should give it some credit. I'm supportive of this motion because, of course, one of the things that we miss out in London is grassroots sport. And grassroots sport is often maintained. Grassroots sport is often encouraged by the prospect of being able to play at a higher level. I know that IBB Polonia has been is the oldest volleyball club in London. I think it was started up by Polish people who came to the city, new Londoners. I think it's important also to recognise that they are a diverse group in themselves, and I think it would be remiss not to mention that it's not just IBB Polonia London, but also Polonia Side Out, the women's team, who are going to benefit from the Mayor's intervention here to try and negotiate a permanent venue for this sport in London. So I do hope that the Assembly can support it. Thank you very much. That being said, no other speakers. Do you want to sum up on what I said? Just all those in favour, please indicate.
Sorry, could I just mention, Chair, that this is an altered version that members are voting on, so there's a very small alteration which was circulated and it's to the final bullet point.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favour?
Vote on the altered version. I think that's unanimous, Chair.
Yes, it is. Let's move on to the next motion. Thank you very much, and thank you to IBB Polonia in the audience and for coming along today and sitting through this in order to get there. Thank you very much. Indeed. We now come to motion 3.3 in the name of Assembly Member Bakari. Would you like to present your motion, please?
Thank you. Now, over 13% of Londoners identify themselves as disabled, and a much greater number than that will live alongside disabled people as their carers, families, friends, colleagues and employers. The impact of living in a city which is inaccessible and unequitable for disabled people is therefore enormous. Now, this is, emotionally going to, involve many people. We have put this motion together with the wonderful charity Inclusion London, whose work with the disabled community in the capital has opened our eyes to the financial implications of developing exclusionary policy. As one example, the Met's own disability network reports that approximately £7 million have been spent in the last year resolving discrimination cases related to disability. So it's obvious that including disabled people in the co-creation of policies and cultural improvement of the Met makes considerable financial sense, as well as being the right thing to do. Now, our ask is simple. The Mayor should appoint someone with experience of disability equality who should work with the disabled community to champion the cause across the whole of the GLA group. It is not an onerous task. If we can employ the Night Tsar at considerable expense, why not create a role which has demonstrable value? Someone in a role with experience, knowledge and clout to bring disability policy together across the GLA group and to track and hold accountable each functional body would be a win for everyone. At a Transport Committee meeting recently, we heard from charities, advisors and academics that disabled people are often only consulted by decision makers once policies have already been developed, resulting in policies that are discriminatory and perpetuate structural inequalities. Our proposal would eliminate that problem, develop a model of co-creation of policy with disabled Londoners and their organisations, and the GLA can and should be trailblazers with policy making in this way. So I ask that today the Assembly reaffirms its commitment to making London a more accessible and inclusive city for all disabled Londoners. People with impairments and health conditions are disabled by how society is run and organised, by the physical, environmental, economic and other structural barriers that prevent them from living an equal life. The GLA group is involved in addressing almost every aspect of life for disabled people: energy policy, climate change, digital and technological development, health, housing, transport, street environment, policing, crime, emergency planning. There is a huge opportunity here to do better. But I ask you to support this motion today, compelling the Mayor of our great city to appoint a disability equality champion, someone with a permanent role who will push for consistency, ongoing monitoring and a structural change to the way we develop our policy to be inclusive.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Roberts to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. As an Assembly, we have the opportunity to compel the Mayor to make London a more equitable place for those living with disability. And why wouldn't we want to do that? Appointing someone with lived experience of disability as a disability equality champion would mean having someone not only to advocate for disabled Londoners in policy making, but to ensure that they are properly involved in making it. Without the direct involvement of Londoners who live with disability, there's a significant risk that policy continues to perpetuate structural differences, even if the intentions are good. And as we all know, the road to hell is paved with non-compliant good intentions. The Mayor and the GLA group have a huge breadth of responsibility over different areas of life for all Londoners. But rather than looking at policy in silos, at each organisation, at TfL, at the Met and so on, a disability champion could hold the threads together across the whole group, ensuring actions are followed through on, holding decision makers to account and creating a flagship model of policy co-creation. We're asking that this role has the clout to take a broad, cross-cutting view across all policy areas, and we strongly feel that it should be a non-political role, working alongside the Deputy Mayor for Communities and Social Justice. This will give the champion the ability to better hold decision makers to account and scrutinise the work of the Mayor and the GLA group. As my colleague Hin has just pointed out, Londoners who live with impairments are not disabled by their own bodies, but by a society which is ill-equipped to let them live freely and equitably. Thinking about disability through this lens means that we must see our role as policymakers in the capital as ones that remove barriers for disabled Londoners rather than unintentionally create them or perpetuate them. Therefore, I ask you to support the motion today and take a significant step towards creating a London that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. There is an amendment. Assembly Member Prince, could you propose the amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, Assembly Member Roberts, we do not have the power to compel the Mayor to do anything, which is quite regrettable on this side of the chamber anyway. But I thank Assembly Member Bakari for putting down this motion. It's a very good motion. I think it covers the whole broad area that the GLA are responsible for. But like myself, Assemblymember Bakari was at the transport meeting the other day, and we spoke about floating bus stops, and this is a real problem for disabled people. So not in my words, but we had a very good witness there, Eric Matthias from the Royal National Institute of Blind People, and he said, referring to floating bus stops, our view on them is that they are currently designed, they are not accessible for people with sight loss because they don't offer any way to determine when a bike is in the cycle lane, basically in front of the bus stop. He referred to a meeting he had with Will Norman and Seb Dance and said there hasn't really been much progress in terms of how to make them more accessible to blind and partially sighted people. The point the Assembly member made about consultation, he said a lot has been done, again, without consultation with us, without the input, I think, from people who are most affected by this. That was in reference to any transport issue, really. And then he went on to say if these bus stops become inaccessible, it really does rule out almost any independent travel for blind and partially sighted people in that position. So that is from someone from without the Assembly. Of course, we also have had a contribution from someone within the Assembly. It was from Assembly Member Malthus, who said, we talked quite a bit today about floating bus stops. And actually, as a cyclist myself, I prefer not to use those because actually there's an anxiety for me that I'm going to be potentially hitting somebody, and I'd rather put myself at risk in the road rather than putting a pedestrian at risk of me going into them. It's very, very laudable, and I agree with those comments. So what we're asking is that there is a fully independent review of floating bus stops. If there is a way we can make them safe, fair dinkum. But if not, then we really feel that they should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best to second the amendment, please.
Okay, second and reserve my right to speak.
Anybody wish to speak? Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. And thank you, Assembly Member Bakari and Roberts, for bringing this motion. The 1.2 million disabled people living in our city deserve to enter public buildings, board trains, head out to the shops with the same dignity, respect and ease as any other neighbours. Building on our campaigning for toilet access across the TfL network, pushing for personal emergency evacuation plans and addressing hate crime, the City Hall Greens are proud to support this motion to ensure that every Londoner can live a safe, fulfilling life here, and that disabled people have that representation in a disability equality champion is absolutely fundamentally important. In relation to the amendment by the Conservatives, we think it is really important that any review on the impact of floating bus stops is absolutely independent, and it is really important that the evidence is looked at and that TfL continues to engage with a very wide range of voices on these floating bus stop reviews. For example, it's important that they also listen to the voices of disabled people who cycle and need that safe space away from traffic, including away from buses at bus stops. So finally, I just want to thank all the disabled people's organisations for their very clear advocacy for a fairer and more inclusive city. And I can see Inclusion London sitting there in the audience, been there all morning. So yes, and we will obviously be supporting the motion.
Any other contributions? Assembly Member Best, to exercise your right to reply on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to thank Assembly Member Bakari and Roberts for bringing the motion today, but I think mainly for Inclusion London for doing that advocacy work, for putting up with sitting in this room for what it must be going on 5 hours now. So that's the biggest thing I've heard, or I think you've gone through. So thank you for going through that torture. I think the idea of a disability champion is one that actually myself and Assembly Bakari have worked on before as part of our disability report that we did last year, working with Inclusion London as well as a lot of disabled networks and charities and individuals across London. And so we're fully supportive of that idea. You need somebody in the room, and perhaps that person might not always win the argument, but just having someone in the room who's going to fight each and every time for disability rights and the viewpoint of disabled people is so important. But it's actually important for all of us because inclusivity benefits us all. When spaces are accessible, when the sensory the information you get from your space is accessible, when access in general is easy, that helps all of us at many points of our lives and none at all. And that is always going to help everyone, not just those that may be identifying as disabled. We've put in the amendment because we felt that we couldn't bypass that after the Transport Committee in particular, where we just heard that evidence. I hear this evidence more than anything else, I think, when it comes to bus safety and accessibility, regarding how unsafe visually impaired people and disabled people feel getting onto our public transport. It's their freedom, and they feel that it's been taken away from them. And actually that's going to be the first point and call of a disability champion within the GLA to fight to get that independent review that we need, not a TfL-led review. So I hope it will be accepted today. Maybe we can go 2 for 2 on that. It seems that the Greens are supportive of an independent review, so hopefully we'll get there. If not today, maybe tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Prince to sum up on the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I accept the points that Assembly Member Russell made, and we are calling for an independent review. We're not predetermining the outcome of that review, and 100% we support the idea of having an independent person to advise the Mayor and the GLA on disability. So hopefully our amendment can be accepted by the Assembly, maybe even adopted by Assembly Member. I don't know, it's up to you. 2 out of 2 would be good. But whatever way, it's very, very clear from the evidence that we saw the other day. Something has to be done to make these floating bus stops safer for blind and partially sighted people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Assembly Member Bakari to sum up, please.
Right. There was quite a few discussions you may have noticed while you were speaking. I apologise for that, because there was it's just unfortunate, because we worked very, very hard with Inclusion London initially to make sure that this was a motion that got through at the initial stages, and so the amendment was not something that we were expecting or hoping. We were hoping it would just go through. So I'm going to be very honest with you. It's not going to be something that we will be voting for. We will be abstaining. So just to make that clear, because it's just not something that we feel like we've got that time to really work with Inclusion London to make sure that this is what they wanted. This isn't the way we can do this properly. We wanted to involve them. It's the motion that we worked together on, and I know that Inclusion London have worked with many of the parties here to make sure that this was a motion that worked for everybody. We want it to pass, we want it to be cross-party, and we want this to happen. So I appreciate all of the comments that have been made today. I appreciate what you're trying to do as well. But without having discussed it with Inclusion London, I just think it's really unfair for me to go ahead and vote for it, yes, without having those proper discussions. I know that Labour may be having other thoughts about this, but at the end of the day, we need to have real movement on making sure that policy is inclusive from the start. And I know that Assembly Member Baker, who was there at the transport meeting, is very fully aware of the disability groups have been campaigning on this and wanting co-production to work from the early stages. So that's what we're asking for, having somebody in the GLA to have that role. So please, let's pass this motion. Let's do that together. And I hope that we can work on the issues that you've mentioned already here properly, but with their support. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now move to voting on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 in favour, Chair.
Sorry, I was just a bit astonished. It took me back. All those against the amendment, please indicate.
No votes against, Chair. That's
so
carried.
We will now put to you the motion as amended. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is unanimous, I believe, Chair.
It's unanimous. Cool. Democracy works sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Can we now move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Garbett?
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited to bring forward this motion here today. It's about a great programme of the Hackney Nighttime Medics, which are 2 paramedics who roam around the nighttime economy and respond to health calls. So it's about extending the right care, right person approach, which, as we all know, takes the Metropolitan Police out of being the default responder to mental health calls and takes a similar approach in the nighttime economy, meaning that a health responder is responding to a health call rather than the police as the people first on the scene. So it's taking the police out of that situation, so frees up the police time to focus on other things of an evening as well. I've worked in the NHS. My background's in the NHS, and I care deeply about people's health and well-being, as I know we all do. I would love for this to be provided by the NHS, but obviously we know the NHS is extremely stretched. So currently Hackney commissioned this from a private health provider. So it's actually bringing additional health capacity into the at the night time and actually supporting really important emergency services to free them up to focus on other health and response issues. It's been really positively received by the police, the council and the nighttime venues, who obviously can contribute to the nighttime levy, and they see this as a really positive addition to the nighttime economy. So we all want to keep our nightlife safe. I know it's been a topic of the Economy Committee recently, and I feel like this is a really important way that we could do that, really stressing to the Mayor to promote this as an initiative and calling for the rollout of this programme across London. Thank you.
I will second from the Chair. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this motion? Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you to Assembly Members Garbett and Boff for bringing this motion, and I appreciate absolutely where it's coming from and the sentiment behind it. Hackney is one of London's favourite nighttime destinations. Hackney Council run a Hackney Nights project, bringing the police, businesses and council officers together to support the nighttime economy and keep Londoners safe. Working together, they've reduced offending and increased safety. Businesses in Hackney pay a nighttime levy, most of which goes to the police, but some of it has funded a successful night medic scheme. 2 medics work late evenings on Friday and Saturday, keeping the public safe and reducing the need for emergency calls. While the Labour Council has made a great success of Hackney Nights, many boroughs do not have anywhere near the same level of nighttime activity and will not have businesses that open at night to pay for an additional medical service. The Home Office guidance on the nighttime levy makes it very clear that it is for residents to call for a nighttime levy and licensing authorities to design a scheme that fits their area. Sharing good practice is useful, but there's already a network of nighttime borough champions and other opportunities for council officers and councillors to network. The Mayor's role is to develop an integrated strategic approach, not to work towards imposing a one-size-fits-all approach on boroughs which have different levels of nighttime activity, which is why we will be abstaining.
Okay, then to second, if I can, from the Chair on the time, obviously. I felt I was drawn to support this, first of all, having lived in Hackney for about 20 years, and also being drunk in Hackney for about 20, well, not for about 20 years. There were some times when...
you still go there.
Yeah. But having seen the way the nighttime economy has grown in Hackney, it certainly did need addressing. And it also chimes, because this Assembly did work a few years ago on the Health Committee, where we talked about the problems actually of underage drinking, of binge drinking. And we listened to the ambulance service about the challenges that they had in dealing with that surge of activity during the night time and how they could cope with it. And they tried their best to manage. This scheme, to me, appears like a great contribution. Now, the scheme is not saying you mandate rolling it out to all of London. You know, I think the quieter parts of Bromley will probably not need to have one of these. Assembly Member Towell? Well, I don't know. You have a good time in... There's a good nightlife in Bromley. Okay, fair enough. But it's not mandating that for the whole of London. It's talking about the Mayor using his position to encourage boroughs to address the issue, perhaps in a similar way, using Hackney as example. And it's not often I say something nice about Hackney Council. I think 3 occasions I have over about 66 years, but this is one of them. This is a good initiative, and it's one that we should seize on and encourage other boroughs to investigate. It's not mandating them at all. Thank you very much. Assembly Member Garbutt, if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your Assemblymember Waff for supporting this motion. And Assemblymember Ahmed, I completely take your points. Like, the city is very varied. Every Londoner, deserves to have a safe and enjoyable night out. And I think this is just about promoting this approach, and with the Mayor's responsibility for the nighttime economy as well as the Metropolitan Police, because there's significant, we've got the Metropolitan Police sitting on the curb with intoxicated people currently, and I think we can all agree that's not a great use of police time, and it's not how that individual would like to be seen or experience their nighttime their nighttime experience. So I think this is just about promoting this approach, encouraging the Mayor to think about it within the nighttime economy and the police approach, and to learn from this approach across the city. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
No votes against, Chair. That's carried.
That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Georgiou.
Would you mind pausing while we just put it around?
If we can, just pause 2 minutes for the amendment.
We've been short an amendment. Thank you very much.
If people have had time to review that amendment, if I could now ask Assembly Member Georgiou to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm afraid, given the previous motions, this is going to be one of the more boring speeches you're going to hear today, simply because of the nature of the subject. So it's quite technical. So we have had a general election, and the new government have set out their priorities. Calm down. The draft MPPF announced by the new government at the end of July represents a significant threat to the Greenbelt. It will require local councils to review their Greenbelt boundaries in order to meet housing targets. It creates a new concept of grey belt, designed to make it easier to build on Greenbelt areas seen as low quality, with councils required to give such land priority for development second only to brownfield land. And it makes it easier for Greenbelt land to be de-designated by weakening the criteria for special circumstances to justify its release. The Greenbelt may be an abstract concept for some people, but it is part of the local environment for millions of Londoners. It makes up 22% of London's land area and has often been described as the lungs of the capital. And I know that many members across the chamber represent various bits of the Greenbelt. I mean, I take an Assembly member from Mahfouz. As hard as we try to make sure he didn't end up in this place, he represents an integral part of the Greenbelt in Hillingdon. So, indeed, the new concept of grey belt would seem to misunderstand the purpose of the Greenbelt, to prevent urban sprawl rather than to look pretty. In any case, existing footprint in the Greenbelt can already be redeveloped without needing to change their designation, and that's the important part. But what the new changes will do is create an incentive to owners of Greenbelt land to make their land derelict, so that it gains Greenbelt status, and this is one of the key concerns here. Without proper safeguards, this is a loophole that could threaten large swathes of the Greenbelt. As stated by CPRE in its initial response to the draft at MPPF, the government's definition of Greenbelt land is too subjective and could lead to unintended consequences. The GLA has a long history of cross-party support for defending London's Greenbelt, with strong planning protections supported by all three mayors that we've had, including our current mayor. The current London plan has policy G2, which resists development on Greenbelt land
and de-designation of Greenbelt land without very special circumstances. This has been reinforced by the Mayor's planning decisions and in his responses to draft local plans. All of this would be a risk if the draft MPPF goes ahead in its current form. Now, I look to Assemblymember McCartney as Enfield only sends its best to this place. Currently in Enfield, there is a draft local plan that would release around 13% of the borough's Greenbelt land for redevelopment, including large sites at Cruise Hill and Vicarage Farm in World's End. This is the scale of the threat to London's Greenbelt, previously resisted, but could now be replicated around all of London by government diktat. Now, with regard to the Enfield draft plan as an example, the Mayor himself, on numerous occasions, as you heard at MQT, has supported, on a cross-party basis, his current London plan restrictions on developing on the Greenbelt. So I hope this is something that we can all get behind, because it's something that we've all supported in the past, and I hope to do in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll second from the chair and reserve my right. We have an amendment, and the mover is Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much. And I really welcome the fact that Assemblymember Georgiou has brought this motion. And I speak as the person who's been the Labour lead on the environment in this place since 2016, but also as someone who last year was sitting on the Wandsworth Planning Applications Committee, and as someone who has currently been opposing, along with Assemblymember Bakari, the use of the very special circumstance designation to try and build in a capability brown landscape in Wimbledon Park by the All England Lawn Tennis Club, known to most people just as Wimbledon. So we do welcome the announced reforms to the planning system. It's good to see a government that is actually committed to sustainable growth and delivering the housing that is much needed in London and across the country. We welcome a new government that's actually committed to addressing the needs of the planning system, rather than, as I think we would probably all agree, that there have been one or two attacks made on London over the last few years. The National Planning Policy Framework consultation establishes a brownfield first approach to development, which is crucial, prioritising the development of previously used land whenever possible. This is reflected in the London plan, which prioritises such developments on brownfield sites, which makes up the vast majority, earlier on we were talking about TfL developments, of developable sites in London. Now, as you were just setting out, when you moved the motion, the NPPF is still in the consultation phase, and reform is needed to ensure that the planning system can deliver the homes needed, and now includes a consultation on the review of the current definition of green belt and introducing a new category of grey belt. Understanding the acute need for housing, it's vital that all avenues for delivering new housing are explored, but we understand the need for a very clear understanding of what grey belt is. That's why we've put forward the amendment, because we think this is the area that could become a grey area and could lead to the misuse of the very special circumstances designation. We want to ensure that the wide range of functions offered by the green belt are not just protected but enhanced. We think that's a really important principle. Green spaces across London are important habitats for London's 15,000 species. They help protect us from the growing risk of flooding, and they are key to protecting our mental and physical health, and they also address increasing heat due to the climate emergency as well as flooding risks. That's why very clear, crystal clear clarity on what constitutes grey belt designation is required, ensuring that we can simultaneously protect the environment whilst enabling the development necessary for a thriving city. Back in 2017, I launched a rapporteurship which was called Biodiversity and New Housing Developments, and it's absolutely critical that we maintain that principle, that if you're doing a new housing development, it cannot be at the expense of biodiversity. Thanks very much. I move that amendment.
Assemblymember Mahfouz to second, please.
Chair, I second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? Assemblymember Turrell.
Thank you, Chairman. As the representative for London's greenest borough, I felt compelled to speak on this matter, and my my ward colleague in Hayes and Coney Hall, Josh Cogsby-White, kept imploring me to use the phrase for Bromley as the guarding of London, but I feared getting sued by Kent. So I'm going to clearly put the blame on him and let him get sued. So the Green Belt isn't just the lungs of London, but it's an integral part of our DNA in places like Bexley and Bromley. In fact, it's that balance between the connectivity of London and the green space, the green spaces to enjoy, that is why so many people choose to come and live in these communities. But this Green Belt isn't just about looking pretty. It also provides huge benefits to people's lifestyle in terms of ensuring that they can live a healthy lifestyle, both physically and mentally. And we know from various discussions that we've got to start giving back to the environment, that we've got to ensure that we protect our environment, that we enhance biodiversity. And we can't do that if we risk concreting over places like the Greenbelt. And as Assembly Member Georgiou said, the current proposals, or as it currently stands, the loose definition is really undermining our Greenbelt protections, which is why I'm supporting this motion.
Assembly Member Garbett, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Assembly Members Georgiou and Boff for bringing forward this really important amendment, and so we can have this discussion here in the Chamber. We need more genuinely affordable housing, and we need the Green Belt, and those things are not mutually exclusive, and we can have both of them. There's so much that the government could be doing to invest more in the social and genuinely affordable homes in urban areas and on brownfields near infrastructure, amenities and the services that already exist. The Green Belt becomes even more important as urban area densifies, not less, and any erosion of the Green Belt is really worrying precedent, and I think could continue to set a worrying standard in our city, and we don't think that it should be downgraded at all. My colleague Caroline Russell's Gold Plate the Green Belt report focused and found that need to enhance and protect the Green Belt to ensure climate resilience, that it's got an essential role in food production and for increasing the use of renewables energy. So we'll be supporting the motion, but we will be voting against the amendment because we think there should be the strongest protections ever for the Green Belt, and not just a clarification of the term grey belt. And we think that the amendment fundamentally changes the last paragraph of this motion, so therefore kind of changes the whole essence. So we'll be voting against the amendment, but for the motion unamended. Thanks.
I think nobody else to speak. So Assembly Member Georgiou to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome the comments from all colleagues. To begin, I will be accepting, I do accept the Labour amendment. I think it's a fair thing to say, to ask for clarification on what the grey belt actually means, which made up the bulk of what I was saying at the beginning anyway. I think the thing that we need to underline and need to relay to our colleagues in all parties is once the green belt is gone, it is gone. It's not coming back. And we're not talking over concreted sites. That's an obvious argument, an obvious debate, which the Mayor's clarified his position on, but yet is not clear within the MPPF via the consultation responding to Assembly Member Cooper. You know, let's be under no illusion. Developers and councils up and down this country, including in parts of London, hide behind this nonsense of biodiversity net gain when it comes to them using an excuse to build on the green belt. If you build on the green belt, no amount of shrubbery you're going to put on there is going to make any dent in the biodiversity harm that it will cause. And let me be clear, my position as I spend the rest of my term in this place, I don't care whether you are a Conservative, Liberal Democrat, Green or Labour council. You should not be destroying our environment in London and developing on the green belt. So I welcome all the responses and understand where Assembly Member Garbett's coming from regarding the amendment. We will still support it, but I welcome all the comments from all colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With apologies to Assembly Member Foos, who I think I passed over for a second, but can we put the motion to which has been accepted? The motion has been accepted by the amendment has been accepted by the proposer of the motion. So we'll have one vote on the amended motion. All those in favour of the amended motion, please indicate.
That is unanimous.
Unanimous, by the looks of it. Thank you very much for that. Let's move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the motion makes it very clear what we'd be voting on, and I'm sure that all my colleagues will agree that we need a fully functioning, successful police force in London. So for us to ignore the Peel assessment would be ignoring our responsibilities. Out of the 9 areas that are assessed, none were rated outstanding. None were rated good. Investigating crime and managing offenders were rated requires improvement. This has got to be looked at. The motion calls for the Mayor to set out in detail how he intends to improve the Met's performance. And he is, after all, the Police and Crime Commissioner. The Metropolitan Police Force is already under special measures. We cannot allow policing to fall further. We must support the police where we need to. And if this means that the Mayor has to put more money or resource into the force, it is absolutely required. We all depend on our democracy and everything else with a fully functioning police force. Given that it's already under special measures, we must deal with this. It is not fair to Londoners to stay as we are now. And quite frankly, it is not fair to those very hard-working frontline officers. We need to deal with this. Thank you.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey to second, please. Thank you. We've got an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Garbett. If you'd like to move your amendment.
Thanks, Chair. It's me again. So standards definitely need to improve routine in the Metropolitan Police. I think we can all agree on that. But I really do welcome the fact that we're bringing attention to this report. But I'm really concerned about one paragraph within this motion, which I know that we tried to have a bit of discussion about, but I personally can't support the inaccuracies that it's reporting around the stop and search element. We must expect more from our police service. If everything was just, the top rating was just adequate, I don't think we should be talking positively about one aspect of policing within this. I think adequate is not something to write home about or to include in a motion, so it really concerns me that if we're going to talk about stop and search, it should have included the fact that the report also found that stop and search is used, the Metropolitan Police use stop and search more than other police services. Also, the Metropolitan Police have fewer linked items linked to the reason for the search found than other services, and also it makes it explicit that better data needs to be collected to understand that it's a proportionate use. So I think to just accept this motion with the description of stop and search as it is really misses those key points, and it's not something that we feel that we can support. So we absolutely support the need for improvements within the Met and this motion, but only if this motion has this section removed. Thank you.
Assembly Member Russell to second.
Formally.
Thank you. Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. The latest Peel report on the Metropolitan Police is a concerning read, and as highlighted in the motion, there is not a single category where the Met Police is achieving a mark of outstanding or even good. Most of the work that the Met Police does requires improvement. Compared to the previous Peel report from 2021-22, we've gone backwards. I'm concerned to read in the current report that, quotes, the strategic policing plan, the new Met for London, sets out the force's priorities, one of which is to prevent crime. But we found that not all officers understood how they contribute to those priorities. This means that the new Met for London plan, which was published last year, is not trickling down to all levels of the police service and is failing in its aim of turning around the Met. We'll be voting to support the motion, but I'd like to note that while the motion and the Peel report do make some positive comments around the fair and proportionate use of stop and search, it also highlights ongoing problems in the way it is sometimes deployed. In particular, it's still being used far more often on black Londoners than it is on white Londoners. And sometimes the data on this is not even being recorded. As we and others have said in this chamber before, suspicionless and disproportionate use of stop and search on certain communities is a major cause of lack of trust in the Met for some parts of our community, and that cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this report exposes the shocking state of the police here in London and just reinforces the need to implement the new Met for London plan. One thing I hear time and time again from constituents is that we need to keep our neighbourhood police in the neighbourhood. Not enough people are hearing or seeing their neighbourhood police teams because they're being pulled to do other duties. And too many police officers in my constituency have been left waiting for the bus instead of being out on the beat to get to the communities they patrol. And we know that the Mayor had to return money to the government because he couldn't meet the recruitment targets, but at the recent election came out and said that he could recruit more officers, which means this Assembly needs details from the Mayor about what has changed in the Met Police as to why they can now recruit those officers when they couldn't last year. And I think we desperately need to hear that information. So what we need now is leadership. We need leadership to restore trust in our Met. This has to be done urgently, otherwise we really are facing a crisis of policing here in London.
Thank you. If I can now ask Assembly Member Russell if she wants to exercise her right to sum up for the amendment.
I think Assembly Member Garbett will sum up.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey, if you wish to contribute as a seconder.
Thank you, Chair. Look, the Peel report makes for some pretty devastated reading. If you come from one of the poorer, more vulnerable communities in London, this is scary to you. The one silver lining is a talk about stop and search. No, it is not perfect, but at least the police are leaning in the correct direction, despite the Mayor's well-documented opposition to this, which started back in 2018. At least now there's been some acceptance that stop and search is a very vital tool. Assembly Member Roberts made a comment about the drama and the pain that sometimes has been stop and search has been alluded to around stop and search for particular communities, much of which is true. But I'll tell you this, nothing that stop and search has managed has damaged the black community more than the murders that we have had to put up with our young people. Black children in London are the most murdered people in Europe, bar none. And if stop and search has any impact on that, long may it stand, and may the Metropolitan Police do more and more and more. But one of the most distressing pieces in this report, and I quote, serious concerns about how the force is currently investigating crime. Anybody who's worked in criminally effective communities will tell you the single biggest driver of crime is the idea that you will get away with it. So investigation becomes very important. So again, this report makes for very devastating reading, because it means if you come from a crime-riddled community, it feels like it's never going to go away because the police are not investigating it properly. That needs some help. But to sum up, the persons that we need a detailed plan from, right, and what's going to be done about this, partly falls down to the Deputy Mayor, because we have had years and years of reassurance of how well the systems have changed, what conversations she's having with people to drive change, how many meetings they have, who's on what board, who delivers what. But it turns out at best, those conversations are talking shops, and at worst are ineffective. Somebody needs to do that. A.M. Roberts, on almost one of his first actions in this place, was to get the Deputy Mayor at her confirmation hearing to agree to come back to speak to the Assembly. That now seems like a masterstroke, because I feel there's a lot of questions that she needs to answer, because if you took her word for it, it was all fine. If you listen to the Peel report, it's an absolute mess. And I want to reiterate, there are vulnerable communities in London whose only chance, and I use the word survival, is based on the Metropolitan Police and the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor turning around horrific state that the Metropolitan Police finds themselves in today. I really, really do hope you can support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garbett, actually I should have got you to sum up on the amendment first. Did you wish to come back?
Just to say that I welcome Assembly Member Roberts' comments, and I do think that a debate on the effectiveness and the usefulness of stop and search is for another day in Assembly But Lord Bailey and I have had discussions about this already in our differing views on the use of stop and search. But my focus in this amendment is more about the inaccuracy of calling it positive comments when it's an adequate rating, and obviously misses out those points that I made earlier. So thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to sum up, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the alteration. We accept that gratefully from Labour. It's a good one. And so to talk to the amendment, if something positive is said in a very damning report, it is right and proper that we put that in there. Because if not, all we do is hammer the police the whole time. And there are so many good police officers out there doing a damn long shift trying to look after us. If we ask the police to take firearms and knives off our streets, it's no good saying, take the knives and the firearms off our streets, but by the way, we won't give you any tools to do that. Stop and search works. I know it's not ideal, and I know and I understand that certain members have issues with it. But we have got to stop tying the hands behind their backs of police officers. If we want them to keep us safe, we've got to give them every opportunity to do that. And whether you like it or not, stop and search takes so many weapons off our streets. And I would ask them to increase it and increase it. But I know that you wouldn't. I don't want the amendment because I disagree with it completely for reasons that I've just said. It's wrong. We have got to praise police where there's slight praise there. We've got to give them some hope that we want to help them. Or every one of us needs to help the police because we need them to keep us safe, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. I hope that the amendment goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Garbett, please indicate.
That is 4 members in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 against. Chair, that falls. The motion stands. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 in favour.
Can we have a recorded vote?
You can record your own groups. Once we've voted, Assembly Member, you can record your own group's vote only. But we can do that.
You have to speak before.
But before the vote.
You have to speak before.
Yeah, but we
the
can
vote.
record your group's vote if that helps. You do that after the fact. Okay. That's 20 votes in favour, Chair. Are there any votes against? That's 2 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
That is carried. Let's move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Georgiou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let's keep the love going, shall we, everyone? Firstly, can I thank Age UK for the work that they do, not just on trying to protect pensioners against this winter fuel payment cut, but also on dial-a-ride, mind the digital gap, and indeed accessible housing across London. And, you know, when thinking about this motion and the recent actions of the government, you know, I sort of looked at both of my grandmothers. You know, thankfully they're both still with us, and both live in Tottenham. And, you know, I spoke to them about them, their neighbours, and the circumstances they were in. And, you know, they are concerned. 11.4 million individuals received a winter fuel payment from the DWP in the winter of 2023. It is anticipated that as many as 10 million pensioners will lose their payments under the new plans by this government. This means that pensioners will be worse off by around £600 a year. This comes at a time when the energy price cap for a typical household will go up to £1,717 per year. This is an increase of 10% and adds around £12 per month to an average bill. Census data shows that 16.5% of the population of London are 60 and over, meaning that 1 in 6 Londoners could be impacted. 14 out of 19 outer London boroughs have a population of older people that is above the London average. The London Borough of Havering at 23.2% and the London Borough of Bromley at 23.2% also have the highest out of the bunch. 3 out of 14 inner London boroughs have a population of older people that is above the London average. Westminster at 16.8%, and the City of London at 19.4%, and Kensington at Chelsea at 19.8%. So the point here is that, you know, in London, there is this wide perception that we are historically a younger population. But over time, that has shifted. And we do have an increasingly older population. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I was always raised to look after those that couldn't always help themselves. And, you know, we start with those in our communities that are older, all across London. And this is why I hope that all colleagues do support this motion, and we can agree on this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari to second, please.
Thank you. I'd like to start by echoing the comments just made about Age UK, who are a fantastic advocate for older Londoners, and I've had the pleasure of working with them on a number of campaigns in the past. I know that many councils and even the Mayor have taken up the challenge to be an age-friendly city thanks to the work of Age UK. But over the last few years, many have struggled in the face of rapidly increasing energy prices as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and I'll just say it, the failure of the previous government to adequately ensure energy security and investment installation of our housing stock. The burden of rising energy costs poses a particular risk to elderly people. Keeping warm in winter is a concern for anyone struggling with bills, and especially for the elderly, who are more likely to have cold-related illnesses such as pneumonia. They're also more likely to reside in older buildings and poorly insulated housing. So it's for these reasons that the winter fuel allowance was first introduced. The Liberal Democrats understand the financial pressures placed on the incoming Labour government by the mismanagement of the economy by the other government, but we firmly believe to cut the winter fuel allowance is Labour's first big mistake. The cut, if it goes ahead, will leave at least 740,000 pensioners in London worse off. And unlike what some government ministers have tried to say, not all elderly people who are on the pension credit payments are financially well off. In fact, there's staggering evidence from studies this week saying that 5 out of 6 pensioners are living below the poverty line, could be at risk of losing their winter fuel payments. This Labour government made a promise of change. It refuses to lift millions of children out of poverty by scrapping the 2-child benefit cap, and now it's deserting the elderly by pushing pensioners into poverty by cutting this vital allowance. The Liberal Democrats stand firmly against this cut, which is why we are seconding this motion today.
Thank you. I've got no amendments. Anybody to speak? Oh, it's like tumbleweed. Sorry.
Chair,
Assembly Member Duval.
These are very important issues, I think, facing the new government, but equally the impact of any change on this particular community is going to be pretty difficult. But there are some pensioners who will be able to, who do not require that money. There are some rich pensioners. The trouble with the way this is, it's too blunt an instrument, I think personally, and the way the government has done that. But for today, the Labour group will abstain on this position, but we do take note of what's been said by other people, and particularly in reference to the praise that you give to Age UK, which is a very serious pressure group that is not just doesn't lobby lightly about the impact of what is going on if certain policies happen. And at the moment is that if it happens, and there is that bit, but we're going to abstain at this moment in time on this one, but not because we think your arguments are poor, because we don't think they're poor. We think they're very valid, but we want to see where this debate goes in terms of our national party and national government. Thank you.
Oh, did you indicate? No. No, sorry, that's right. Assembly Member Georgiou to sum up, please.
Thank you. I wasn't as spicy as Assembly Member Bakari was when I started, but I will be now based on Assembly Member Duval's comments. I don't remember any Labour members saying when the Mayor brought in the free school meals that it was too blunt of an instrument, when it was helping the children of millionaires in some of the wealthiest parts of our boroughs. benefiting those schools more than the poorest. But we'll leave that there. But you know what I will say? There were public comments from Assemblymember Cooper. 404,000 Londoners are in fuel poverty, facing indignity and illness from living in constant cold. Who else do we have? Assemblymember Harani. Thousands of Londoners are living in fuel poverty, often making the stark choice of heating their homes in the winter or putting food on the table. Assemblymember Ahmad. Today's announcement of soaring energy prices is extremely worrying. The latest figures show that over 500,000 London households are living in fuel poverty, and this will only get worse. Well, she was right about that. Assemblymember Mahfouz. 800,000 people lifted out of fuel poverty by redefining it. But then he goes on to say, wow, a new low for this government. Well, he must be talking about his own. Assemblymember Clark. At a recent trustees meeting of the Childs Hill Food Bank, we discussed just this. What happens when people can't afford to cook the food that is distributed? It's not food poverty or fuel poverty. It's simply poverty. Once again, couldn't agree. So I appreciate the sentiment of what Assemblymember Deval has said. But in this point, if the Labour group do not vote for this motion, it is a hypocrisy. It was all well and good, their comments when they were attacking a Conservative government or a coalition government, but not now that we have a Labour government. So either you stand by your principles then, or you change them now. And that's the way I see it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
No votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. The next motion is in the name of Assemblymember Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be moving this motion about an issue that has been of very keen interest to the Assembly for some time. For many years, the roads, pavements and road structures of London have not had the funding for the maintenance they need, and we're seeing a slow erosion of quality and safety. And while we have seen some major issues, some really high-profile issues, such as Hammersmith Bridge, the reality is that there are many other major structures at risk which, if serious money is not spent, will result in a significant impact on the ability of Londoners to travel around. And there was a consistent failure to invest in our transport infrastructure under previous governments. There was an anti-London agenda which resulted in the underfunding of our transport system and the robbing of essential money to keep our transport running, and a systematic underfunding of local authorities responsible for so much of our road and pavement network. So we must now see change. So I call on the Assembly to support this motion, asking the Mayor and the Chair of the Assembly to seek a fair funding agreement to enable us all to tackle the road maintenance backlog.
Thank you. Assemblymember Duval to second, please.
Formally, Chair.
Thank you. There's an amendment in the name of Assemblymember Prince. Please, could you second? Move your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Really agree very much with what is being said here in the motion that's been put forward today by the Labour group. The only thing in there is a couple of words in there that probably the mover understands we're not overly in love with, but we're going to live with that because we agree with the spirit of the motion. But there is, I think, a way that we can slightly improve it. I know that Assemblymember Baker and I have spoken on these issues a number of times on having a proper long-term settlement for TfL and for the GLA. And I think only when we get a long-term settlement, I would suggest 3 years or more, can TfL, can the GLA really plan how they're going to invest, how they can move forward. So I would humbly ask that you consider that. And then, of course, the other issue that there has been cross-party agreement on. In fact, I did initiate the letter that went to the Secretary of State in regards to vehicle excise duty, known by most of us as car tax. This money, £500 million, £500,000 million, is collected each year by the vehicle centre in Swansea, and that money is then given to the Highways England, and the problem there is that Highways England do not spend their money in the capital. That money is spent around the rest of the country, because money spent on highways is devolved to the GLA and to the actual boroughs. So what I'm suggesting, as I suggested before, and everybody signed the letter, I didn't get to sign it of course, but nonetheless we did sign, the letter was signed by the leaders, is that we ask the government, the new listening Labour government hopefully, that we can have our money back please, if you don't mind. And so I would ask, I'm happy if you want to accept the extra words, Assemblymember Baker, or we can have a vote on it, but really we should have a long-term settlement, and also we want our VED back. Thank you.
Assemblymember Best to second the amendment, please.
Thank you. I'll second and reserve my right to speak in case it's not accepted.
Thank you. Anybody wish to speak on this? Assemblymember Assemblymember, I'll call Assemblymember Wilson first, if you don't mind.
Chair, could we just have clarity? Has the, just so that we understand for the debate, has the amendment been accepted, or are we debating it separately? Because we've had a lot of, normally we decide before a motion is debated, yes, whether any amendments are accepted or not, and that affects what happens with quotes and all the rest of it. So it's just been a bit unclear today.
It has, because we had an early motion where it was only accepted on the summing up. I think it's only convention that means it's accepted.
They want to see your true colours before they show theirs.
I think we're really going to have to wait for Assembly Member Baker to speak before we know what's happened. But if we can now move over to Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting both the original motion and the amended motion, whatever motion gets agreed is being voted on at whatever stage, which is fine, I hope. I just...
Some order, please.
I just wanted to thank... Well, I just wanted to thank in particular the mention for Broadmead Road Bridge. It's an issue which I know Assemblymember Best has been raising through written questions, as I was on the first time I had an opportunity to submit written questions to the Mayor. It's still causing huge amounts of disruption and inconvenience in that particular part of Redbridge and North East London, and the knock-on effect more widely. I think trying to secure some long-term funding from central government to fix that and other problems would be helpful, but I think in that particular context, I would also note, however, that Redbridge and TfL shouldn't use that as an opportunity to absolve themselves of their own responsibility. It is Redbridge's asset, and a large part of the cost and complexity of any repair work, at least partially arises from the interaction with the central line below. So, as I say, Redbridge and TfL need to take some responsibility as well, but yes, central government funding to make it happen. If all three bodies can just sit around, bang their heads together, get it fixed, and that would be better for everyone. But as far as the general principle of both, both the original motion and the amendment, happy to support whichever gets tabled and voted on.
Thank you. Assemblymember Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair, and it's great to hear Assemblymember Wilson get off the fence. But following 14 years of underinvestment in our public services, we've seen a direct hit on London's road maintenance from major projects, as many have already mentioned, requiring significant funding, to the roads and pavements across the capital that are ridden with potholes or are difficult terrain for many to negotiate. The RAC reported that poor road conditions cost London motorists up to £440 annually in vehicle repairs, but it's not just a financial burden, it's also a safety concern. As a cyclist, I'm all too aware and can feel the impact of badly surfaced roads and potholes and know how they can cause accidents and injuries. Similarly, pedestrians, especially the elderly and those with disabilities, face increased risks of trips and falls due to uneven pavements. The previous government had put a sticking plaster that was smaller than the potholes with its most recent announcement on the topic back at the tail end of last year. The gap identified by the State of London report was £275 million annually. The last government announced £7.5 million. A March 2024 House of Commons report quotes the Asphalt Industry Alliance that it would cost an estimated £12.1 billion nationwide to bring the local road network up to a satisfactory standard. Yeah, they would. They'll steamroll over that point. But look, this shortfall means that many of our roads and pavements will continue to deteriorate. And as we've seen and heard, the impact of underfunding extends beyond safety. Poor road conditions lead to increased congestion and longer travel times, affecting the productivity and quality of life for Londoners. London is the economic powerhouse of the country, and our roads and pavements need fair funding to bring them into a decent state. So I ask colleagues to support this motion and call on the government for increased and sustained investment in our highways and pavements. The safety, efficiency and economic well-being of our city depend on it.
Thank you. Anyone else? In which case, would you like to come back, Assembly Member?
Thank you very much. And far be it for me to come to the defence of the ungrouped member, but he has actually voted one way or another every day. The only group in this chamber that haven't got off the fence is Labour, who won't tell us whether they want our pensioners to have heating this winter. So you've got one more opportunity today to get off the fence and let us know if you believe in pensioners being able to heat their homes this winter. On to the motion. I am really glad to see the... Okay. On to the substance of the motion. I was really pleased to see the inclusion of Broadmead Bridge alongside Hammersmith Bridge. It feels a little bit for us in North East London like Broadmead Bridge is the ugly cousin of Hammersmith Bridge and doesn't get talked about in the same vein or in the same context. So I'm glad that you've mentioned it here and kept that context. But I think it was really important to put the amendment in to keep those long-standing principles of the GLA as long-standing agreed cross-party asks and make sure that we can get those in and solidify our position. So I'm hoping that that will be accepted. And I'm not sure whether it will be or not, but the fact that I haven't been told is leading my ego to believe that it's only my wonderful speeches today that have led you to decide to accept at the last moment. So hopefully, minus the first 30 seconds of my words, the same will happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. If only we could rewind time, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Prince to some... Well, have I done that already?
No, well, I haven't summed up.
So it's been these orders have not been rigorous. Have you summed up?
No, I haven't.
Do you want to?
I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the first plenary I've spoken on more than one occasion for ages, so I thought I'd fill my boots. There was I thinking it was my wonderful words that had convinced you all, but obviously it was Emma's, and I you know...
Sorry, it's a double act.
I'll bow to that. Now, this is actually, you know, in all seriousness, really important. London doesn't get its fair share of the cake, and I will always continue to push whichever government it is to ensure that we do. And this really should be an easy win for us in asking for the VED. And in regards to the long-term funding, I really do hope that this government sees what the previous government didn't see, is that in order to have stability and not too much noise is off, you need a commitment. You need to know where you are. It's impossible to run a £10 billion business or more, if you include everything else that the Mayor does, without that surety. And I really do think that hopefully this new government will see that and deliver what London needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise for keeping you all in suspense there, but you know, I like to inject a little bit of excitement. No, it is simply because the amendment came in relatively late. We don't like to. We're not trying to keep people in suspense or anything like that, but you know, this is actually now the first time that we have the time to talk about it. But yes, we'd be happy to accept the amendment. You're absolutely right about long-term funding. It's as you know, it's one of my and our obsessions, being able to let our transport authorities and our local authorities plan. And you're absolutely correct, the VED and devolution of VED has been a long-standing position of the Assembly, and we're more than happy to include both those in the motion, and I just hope I hope that we can all come together on certain issues over the next few years in the interests of Londoners, as we hopefully will do on this.
Thank you. Can I now put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour, please.
The motion is now amended, Chair.
As now amended. As now amended. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous.
Thank you. We next move on to 3.9, which is a motion in the name of Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. 5 weeks have passed since violent disorder broke out on our streets, and we remain clear. Thugs and extremists do not speak for Britain, and they never will. The words of the Home Secretary earlier this week, and I couldn't agree more. I want to take this opportunity also to thank our police and emergency services for all they did during these troubled times when so many of our residents felt apprehensive about leaving their homes. We also saw the much better side of our society as well. For example, the action of the Southport residents who came out to rebuild the mosque walls demolished by the rioters. But there are serious issues that do need to be talked about. Immigration, pressures on our public services, community cohesion. How do we build an integrated society? What does Britishness mean in practice today? It is how we talk about these things that matter, the language we use, and the solutions we offer. But talk we must. As Mike Tapp, the newly elected Labour MP for Dover, said, we must not allow extremists to own the narrative on immigration. Secure borders are vital, and concerns on immigration are valid. We've been here before. Drawing on my experiences of 20 years as a councillor in Newham, I saw in East End where, due to the decline of the docks and a feeling of being let down by politicians and political institutions, people gravitated towards the far right. People are not born racist. They develop racist attitudes. And in a political vacuum, extremism thrives, as history has shown us over the years. The job of progressives is to stand up to forces that seek to divide us and to unite, showing in practice that we have more in common than what divides us. And that means showing in practice that we care about all sections of our diverse communities. When the BNP in the East End in the 80s and 90s used to march with the message of rights for whites, our message was rights for all. In Newham, when I was a councillor, we did our best to ensure that no sections of our community was or felt left behind. The importance of the underperformance of white working class boys in the education system was as important to us as discrimination in our housing services, racial discrimination. We celebrated St. George's Day as well as marking the independence days of various countries, but under the banner of being citizens of Newham and of the United Kingdom, although coming from various backgrounds. And one has only to look at Buck and Dagenham Council and how they try to put into practice their philosophy of one borough, one community, no one left behind. Defence, security, immigration, patriotism in a 21st century context are issues that should be debated in a mainstream context. Otherwise, it will be the fringe elements that will hijack what should be legitimate public debates. We as elected representatives have got to work to unite, not divide. We've got to work to offer hope, not fear. We've got to work for a London that is comfortable with its multiple identities, but where people still regard themselves as Londoners first. We've got to work for a London that is more cohesive and more integrated. And we've got to work for a London that is for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Ahmad to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. This motion aims to firmly place the support of the London Assembly behind all Londoners who were targeted by last month's racist riots. These riots were an attempt by an organised group of criminals who hold abhorrent views to wreak senseless havoc on our communities. They were the product of the politics of hate and division. It's the same tired strategy that the far right has employed for generations. It's about pitting people against each other and trying to tear communities apart. Sadly, I remember going to school when far-right groups were recruiting outside my school gates. I remember being spat on in the classroom because of the colour of my skin. And the riots this summer, which brought back those memories and so much more, were shocking and not anything I ever wanted my children to see. And I really, I cannot verbalise how I felt when I saw what was going on, because for me it was so personal. However, just like the BNP, the National Front and the British Union of Fascists before them, our current far-right organisations have seen that Londoners will not succumb to spineless fear-mongering. One of my proudest moments as a Londoner was to see the 10,000 plus Londoners come out to counter-protest, support, and through that support, show their protection of marginalised people who were targeted by these extremists, many who quite rightly are now in prison because of their criminal acts. The diversity of London is not to our detriment, it is to our advantage. I could not be more proud to belong to a city that protects and champions the most vulnerable people in our communities. I know that the lasting impact of last month's violence will leave us not with a feeling of fear, but serve as a proud reminder of what we in this chamber already know. Londoners will always say no to division, no to extremism and no to hate. Colleagues, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Go back to your own country. You will never be British. Bakari is no British name. Some of the comments I received when I wrote a statement asking the Mayor and the Government to increase mosque security as a response to the Islamophobic and racist riots. A few days later, the Prime Minister did refer to Islamophobia and offered to increase mosque security. But it worried me that Muslims were calling the riots Islamophobic and having to explain why. We should not have to ask for allies, but we had to. This motion is welcome and it has the right sentiment and it wants an action plan. And I hope it happens and that it works. On the 7th of August, my family cancelled our plans to go out to London after we heard that the far right were going to protest in our city. My phone was full of messages, stay at home, don't go to the shops in a hijab, videos of thugs attacking brown and black people. Imagine feeling so scared that you don't leave your house because of the colour of your skin. My son overheard the conversations that we were having and he asked me, why do people hate Muslims? It's hard to express in words what these riots had on our community and those people that it targeted. I never thought that we would see that in our city. And luckily, our city, especially wonderful Walthamstow, did not allow the racists to win. And yet, a YouGov survey found that 1 in 8 Britons said the riots were justified. Politicians like Nigel Farage legitimised the riots with their rhetoric and divisive politics. So sadly, an action plan is not enough. We need more, and I hope we push for more. 92% of Muslims felt unsafe in the UK after the riots. This cannot be right. And as a founder of an interfaith charity, I say interfaith work has failed if we have faith groups living in fear. The Liberal Democrats are calling for an independent Islamophobia government advisor and an endorsement of an accepted definition of Islamophobia. And we need an urgent effort from the government to take that issue seriously. And we cannot wait for another racist riot for action, because I don't want my kids to think they are not welcome.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Assembly Members Desai and Ahmed for bringing this motion, and especially for the words that you gave us, Admesh, because I think that really resonated for me around the fact that talking about racism doesn't mean we don't talk about things like tackling literacy in white working class boys, but these conversations can't become about whataboutery. And today it's very important to talk about rejecting racism in our city and embracing the diversity of London. And for me, as somebody that's local to Walthamstow, I got to see that in the greatest context over this summer. And to be honest, I never doubted for a second when that threat came through that is what we were going to see in our community. And in fact, I think nobody would have, it would have been a foolish decision of anybody to come to our community to try and spread division and hate, because it just wouldn't win. But actually, what that did happen was bring our community together. And it was actually an imam that said it best when we were at one of our joint multi-faith meetings, who said, thank you to the EDL for once again bringing our communities together. And that's what happened for us there. And I think it's actually important, I wanted to point out as well, that the riots happened as a start of a tragic murder that every single family felt. Everybody with kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, friends with kids felt that. It wasn't a crime that was segregated to one race or religion. It was an awful, horrific murder, and everybody should have been mourning that in our nation. And the people that took that and used it as an excuse to create trouble and racism in some of our towns is just so terrible and devastating to the memory of those poor little girls, Alice, Elsie and Bebe. And I would only say because I know many of us have friends and family across the nation, and I wanted to reassure them as well that even in those towns that did see significant riots, those extremists are still outnumbered, and your communities are still diverse and welcoming and open, and don't be outfought by those that speak loudly but are in a vast, vast minority, and now many of them facing sentences they should. And I think it's also a good point to also make sure that we stay peaceful and calm, because one of the worst things that happened to us in Walthamstow was having a councillor come down from Dartford and say that we needed to slit the throats of the far right. That is not the language and that is not the defence we need when it comes to tackling extremism in our politics. And so I do hope that we can go forward. We've seen... Well over time. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm so glad you brought this today, and we have a chance to again celebrate the diversity in London and the fact that we will reject far-right extremist views. Thank you.
Apologies. I should have checked you earlier. But Assembly Member Towell.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the members for bringing this important motion to the Assembly today. I think we can all agree that London's strength is truly in its diversity, and I'm incredibly proud to live in a country that is so welcome, opening and tolerant. And it was truly heartbreaking over the summer to see a small group of opportunistics seek to exploit a national tragedy for their own extremism and racism. This isn't what London's about, it's not what the UK is about, and they certainly did not speak for us. No one should ever be afraid to leave their house, to go travelling, or to go about their daily lives because of the colour of their skin. And I think it is shameful that that happened, and just wanted to put on record my thanks to the police and our other blue light services for ensuring that Londoners were protected from these extremist thugs.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. And I absolutely understand and applaud the sentiment behind tabling a motion on this subject, and almost your words were inspirational in that regard. So thank you for your contributions to the discussion. Unfortunately, I can't say absolutely the same for some of the other discussion that's followed. I think, I do support the sentiment behind a motion on this subject. I think the violent scenes that we've seen in many places across the country over the summer have been unacceptable and absolutely do deserve our utmost condemnation. But I think a lot of the discussion, both here today and more widely in the media and the general narrative, has been very, or certainly has come across to me as very one-dimensional, and only really exploring one particular source and one particular kind of recipient of hatred and violence. And I think if we're to make a stand against hatred and violence and racism, we need to make a very clear stand against all hatred and violence and racism. And I think I absolutely agree, Assembly Member Bakari, when you say that interfaith has failed if any particular faith group feels at threat. Near enough every week here in London, our Jewish community feels at threat. My written question that I've tabled for next week's MQTs has come as a direct response of discussion I've had with London Jewish Forum, who feel terrified about their ability for their members and co-religionists to attend services on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of their year, given the close proximity to the anniversary of what happened on October the 7th. So I had hoped there would be a motion that I would be very happy to support, in the same way as when the statement was put out in the name of the group leaders and the Chair of the Assembly on the 7th of August. I was very happy to add my name to that, but I can't do that for this particular motion. I did reach out to another group to see if there was an appetite for an amendment, that we could have had a simpler and cleaner motion that would very clearly deplore all violence and disorder, including that which is either racially or religiously inspired. Unfortunately, that was rebuffed. I guess I'm going to have to get used to that as a single member with no friends. But I think given given the subject we're discussing, it would have been helpful to have had something that everyone could have agreed to. So I won't be supporting this motion. I won't be opposing it either. So, Assemblymember Best, you said I voted on everything so far. You've, I'm not on this one, but I do thank you for raising these issues. But I think we should continue discussion in a proper, comprehensive way that addresses all hatred, all violence, including that which is racial and religious.
Thank you. If you could, if I could hear now from us to sum up from Assembly Member Desai. Oh, I do apologise. Assembly Member Russell. Sorry.
I just, I wasn't planning to speak. I thought that Assemblymember Ahmed, Assemblymember Desai, Assemblymember Bakari, and actually Assemblymember Best as well, in particular, all spoke much one-dimensionally, very, very powerfully about the really shocking experience that we all went through in early August. And I really don't recognise the characterisation of this motion as being either one-dimensional or also as if it is not inclusive, because it is speaking up against all hatred and all racism. And I just wanted to put that on record and say that the Green Group is absolutely supporting this motion. As I say, I wasn't going to speak because of time, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Assemblymember Desai to sum up, please. You happy to do it? All those in favour of the motion as proposed by Assemblymember Desai, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 in favour, Chair.
All those against?
No votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. The last motion on the order paper has been withdrawn, and so that's the end of these motions. There is one later, don't worry. We now move on to item 8, mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held between February and July 2024, as set out in Appendices 1 and 2. Can we agree the recommendation? Under item 9, actions taken under delegated authority. The Assembly is asked to note the following recent action taken by me as Chair of the London Assembly under delegated authority, namely to approve in consultation with the Chairman of the GLA Oversight Committee and the party group leads the committee's letter to the Chief Officer as set out in Appendix 1 to the report, and to hold a confirmation hearing in relation to the Mayor's proposed appointment of Suki Kalarai to the office of the Chair of the London Legacy Development Corporation, and ask the candidate to provide a CV and supporting statement as set out in Appendices 2 and 4 of the report. Can we agree the recommendation, please? It is proposed that the London Assembly agrees to use the plenary meetings at 10 a.m. on the 7th of November 2024 to hold a session on policing with the Mayor, Sir Mark Rowley, the Commissioner of Police. Can we agree that recommendation? Date of the next meeting is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 12th of September in the Chamber at City Hall. We now come into any other business that the Chair considers urgent. I have been informed of one item I've admitted to this agenda as urgent business in accordance with Section 100 of the Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion on the Grenfell Inquiry Phase 2 report. The report has been circulated to the Assembly members by way of a supplementary agenda. Understanding Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly member considers it urgent. So don't speak on the motion, but why it's urgent. Assembly member Small Edwards, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I consider the motion urgent given the release of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry's Phase 2 report yesterday.
Do members agree to consider the motion in accordance with Standing Order 1.10?
Agreed.
I'll just invite the mover of the motion, Assembly Member Small Edwards, to present the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Today, I want us to reflect on the Grenfell Tower fire, a tragedy that claimed the lives of 72 innocent people on the 14th of June 2017. As we do so, our thoughts are with the bereaved, the survivors, and the wider Grenfell community, all of whom continue to live with the deep and lasting impacts of that horrific night. Each one was a cherished family member, friend, and a valued member of their community. They deserved better. They deserved support, safety, and security. The publication of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 report bears a truth that is as heartbreaking as it is infuriating, that all the deaths were avoidable. The release of this report is, however, only part of the process of getting justice for the Grenfell community. The report reveals a failure by the institutions that should have protected the residents of Grenfell Tower: the government, social housing landlords, the local council, the London Fire Brigade, regulatory bodies, and product manufacturers. Every single one of them failed in their duty to serve and protect. It is essential that every single institution, company, and individual that contributed to this tragedy are held to account, including critically through the criminal justice system. As an Assembly, we must commit ourselves to doing our part in ensuring that the Grenfell community receive the truth, justice, and change that they so greatly deserve. The purpose of this motion is to acknowledge the London Assembly's commitment to keeping the Grenfell community at the centre of our thoughts and our ongoing work. That we will not allow this tragedy to fade into history. We owe it to those who lost their lives, to those who survived, and to the broader community to ensure that the legacy of Grenfell is one of profound and lasting change. We stand with the Grenfell community now and always.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, if you could second, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Assembly Member Bakari, would you like to contribute?
I think all of us in the Chamber is going to echo the need for justice for the victims of Grenfell, the families, the loved ones and of the community. And as at the recent fires in Dagenham and Catford have shown us, there's still an urgent need to tackle building safety issues. 60% of over 3,000 buildings still impacted in London. I know all of us will be working cross-party to ensure that these issues are dealt with quickly and that we must never allow another Grenfell. Yet, as things stand, there remains a significant risk. Now, emotionally, I think Grenfell has infected us, all of us. In particular, from my perspective, it was because of when it happened. It was during Ramadan, and many Muslims were awake during morning prayers and were sharing the news of the fire, and images and text messages were being sent as early as 4 o'clock in the morning, and most of us were awake. And I can remember seeing the images of people jumping, trying to escape, and those images will never leave me. And it's impossible to examine how Grenfell and not, ignore the issues that both race and class is such a major issue here. Majority of Grenfell residents who died were people of colour, and 80% of the victims had Muslim names, and the community that affected were predominantly working class. My friend Anna O'Neill, who works for the BBC, she was there at the early hours, and she's recently done a report about the community of Grenfell, and she talks about the Al-Manar, which means the lighthouse in Arabic, and it's a community centre in North Kensington, which has become a beacon of light for those who are suffering from the grief and isolation and also the mistrust of the authorities. These tragedies impacted ethnic minorities are not fabricated. They're real lives were lost, and this stark reality that cannot be ignored, and their voices must now be heard in full. We need justice for all of them. Those deaths were unavoidable, and I know that we'll all be working together to make sure this never happens again. There will be a fire committee meeting where we'll be questioning the London Fire Brigade and examining the report. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There being no other Assembly Member Clark, did you want to come back?
So, thank you, and thank you to Assembly Member Small Edwards for bringing this motion Clearly, all Assembly members could see the urgency in this motion. Thank you also to Assembly Member Bakari for speaking as well. I mean, we all know, and it's all become very clear, that every single one of those deaths was avoidable, and that had residents been listened to, had safety warnings been heeded, had the government acted, had social housing providers acted, the local council acted as well, those deaths wouldn't have happened. And the catastrophe shows the results of decades of failure, of cutting up, of red tape, of negligence, all of these things combined into this absolutely horrific storm. I think one thing that will stay with us in this chamber was just the failing of government, and our responsibility as an assembly, that when we are here to represent, we're also here to whistleblow, we're also here to advocate for people and communities, and that's absolutely our job. We echo the calls of the London Fire Brigade for government to urgently undertake the cladding remediation work that still is outstanding, and that still needs to be done. And we call on all relevant authorities to continue the necessary work to ensure that other recommendations are reviewed and implemented. I'd like to once again thank everyone for this, and thank you, James, and thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Small Edwards to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank other colleagues for their comments.
Can I see an indication of all those in favour of the motion proposed?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, as the final piece of business, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.